turn and talk into this mic here, Sean. Well, we hope everybody had a safe and enjoyable Christmas, but it's the Midwest. It's Ohio, and less than 48 hours after everybody had their eggnog and opened up their presents, we've got a present for you. It is the first annual Battle at the Fort here at Defiance Girls Wrestling Tournament. We've got the Border War coming up in about 72 hours, but they had such interest, and as etiquette always says, ladies first, right?
Yep,
So
absolutely.
they will, as we welcome you to the Dog Pound. Brent Balbinot alongside Sean Mack. We are ready for something that has never happened here. Welcome aboard, and you get a chance to do a very first in 2 different areas today. Glad to have you on board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. Following the sport of wrestling, fantastic. Getting to display our local athletes as the sport of female wrestling grows.
53 different teams, 29 different varsity programs going to be taking the mats here, and almost 300 female wrestlers. And when I say female, when we say wrestlers, you do have to dedicate now, because that sport is growing by wildfire right now.
Yeah, great move by the state of Ohio sanctioning the female wrestling here, really giving it an opportunity to expand.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sean isn't just a pretty face. He's had plenty of coaching experience just down Dahmersville Road at Tenora. And also, how many years were you an official?
This is my 11th year as a wrestling official, so a lot of experience, love sticking around the sport and watching.
So here we go. We're getting set. You see 8 different mats here. This place could not squeeze any more in. And if you haven't noticed, Rudis is the sponsor for this year's tournament. They were the sponsor last year, but Coach Murphy, Coach Romero doing a great job of doing a partnership here with Rudis. They brought up their mats, and they're going to be here for the boys tournament next week as well. But a growing sport. I know there are other companies that are large and also very big in the Midwest, but Rudis doing a tremendous thing for this tournament here.
Yeah, they are a great sponsor all around the state of Ohio. You'll see the same mats at the state wrestling tournament. Big for Ohio wrestling as a whole.
Sean hoping to get a little gear. He'll be a great pitch man for him. So what size shoe do you wear?
Yeah, I'll take a pair of 12s. That works.
We are underway here as we're looking. This is going to be map number 6, and we're going to be covering the area teams, but also a Defiance youngster getting an early start here. Break her down for us.
Isabel Jordan, 9-2 right now, senior, very strong wrestler. Had a great run last year as a state qualifier.
Showing
for
a
Defiance.
good job of leg riding. She's already turned her opponent, as this is Natalia Contreras from Whitner. We're already seeing the back points being awarded, and she was very close to getting the pin.
Yeah, absolutely. Isabel's a very physical wrestler, which is something that you'll see more and more as this sport continues to develop for the females. It's just the physicality really wins a lot of these matches.
Right now, trying to get to her base, as looking to see how much time is left. Still over a minute left to go in this first period. This takes a lot out of you. It's one of those things where, turning her, and again, turning that shoulder at 45 degrees. You can see the official counting. She's not just going to be happy with the points. She wants to end it right here. Can she do so? There it is. Dominant to start.
Absolutely. And like I said, the physicality of it, really putting herself in a position where she wanted to be. You'll see Isabel do that a lot.
Doesn't even look like she's breathing heavy, does it?
No.
Off and rolling. Good start. And just like that, our very first match on the air here is in the books. And before we get too far into this, we also want to thank everybody that helped make this a possibility. When you see what we're seeing right there, and that's a great shot from one of our cameras up on the mezzanine or the balcony level here. A tournament like this doesn't just happen with the snap of the fingers or overnight. This was months in planning. The Defiance coaching staff, obviously the people at Rudis, the administration here, almost always led by Coach Beauty and company, but there's so many moving parts to this. A big tip of the cap to everybody.
Yeah, particularly when you're bringing in teams from other states. I know we've got a few female teams here from other states.
We've got a couple from Michigan, Yale and Niles, Michigan.
Yeah, it's good to get these girls exposure outside and see other areas. You know, a lot of these local girls end up wrestling each other a few times. Really got to travel all over the state, you know, to find those female tournaments. But great opportunity right here in our own backyard to have these local teams wrestle and get some out-of-state exposure.
So again, as we take a look from the mezzanine level here, and now we're back on, I believe this is mat number 6, and who have we got here?
Maddie Ankney from Ayersville. She's a freshman, 3-1, versus Abby
Allig, it looks like.
Yep, from Coldwater. So 2 freshmen squaring off here.
So again, when you talk freshmen, often at the lower weight classes, obviously still growing into their bodies and just trying to work on developing what you might say raw athleticism. Break down what you're seeing here.
Yeah, Abby here from Coldwater is on top. Maddie's really trying to work up, trying to get into a good position without giving up her back here.
So what's the key there? Because obviously one slip or leverage loss for just a second can mean from getting to your base to all of a sudden being on your back.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a lot about repetition. You know, a lot of times you need to be doing rather than thinking about it. Right now, Maddie's on her back. She's got a far side cradle locked up. You know, she's got to work to break the hands.
She can't get her feet down the bridge out of it. This is just like a fish out of water right now, and she is in a world of trouble.
Absolutely. She's got to, oh, there we go.
Allig with the pin.
Yep.
Just what we talked about. You lose leverage for just a fraction of a second, and you go from your base to your back.
Absolutely, and on bottom, a lot of it has to do with controlling hands, making sure that you're keeping them in an uncomfortable position to not stop moving. That's one of the big things when you're on bottom. You do not want to stop and sit, because the minute you do, they're going to get you on something.
So that was 125, and we'll see what Matt opens up. Mat 6 has been making short work of everything so far. Let's take a look at who's up next.
We've got Cynthia Clark from Elida and Carson Troth from Wayne Trace. Carson, a sophomore, 5-0 right now. Wayne Trace, you know, their female wrestling program, though they don't have big numbers, have been performing pretty well. They've got a nice group of coaches that are dedicated to the kids.
Clark and Troth, and this is 130 pounds and very quickly. My goodness.
Yep.
So what's the key here? Nice roll out of it, but now again, leverage turned, and this is very quick. My goodness. How much time was up there? Barely 15 seconds into it. Wow.
Getting after it in the first round, which is great. You know, tournaments like this that last all day, you really want to get out in these first couple rounds and just, you know, get through your matches, get some wins. It can be a long day if you're wrestling 4 or 5 matches.
Well, Mat 6 seems to be our favorite right now. We'll see who's up next. We got a couple. Now, again, they are also wrestling middle school matches on various mats as well. So we will see not just Mat 6, but instead of dedicating maybe 1 or 2 mats for the middle school wrestlers only, if you've got an open mat, they are moving wrestlers onto it. They're really going to keep the tempo going today.
Yeah, that's one of the big things in wrestling, too, you know, that for outsiders watching wrestling, a lot of people don't understand the rules to the sport. And then to sit here and think that you're going to be there for 4, 5, 6 hours, you know, the quicker these tournaments can move along, I think it's better for the viewership, especially the ones who don't really know, because you don't want to sit in the bleachers for 8 hours and not sure what you're seeing.
Sure. Well, the gentleman to my left would not admit to having no free time last year, but you watched pretty much from start to finish, didn't you?
Yeah, if I wasn't here watching, I was on DCTV watching.
Right, so we've got Josana Gonzalez from Archbold and Adalyn Cram from Findlay right now.
Yeah, another couple freshmen, and that's something we're going to see a lot of, you know, through the sport. We're 3 years of sanctioned here in the state of Ohio, so you're going to see the young ones really filling up a lot of these lineups. The older girls, you know, as they were growing up, didn't really have the opportunity to wrestle separate, so there's a few less of them, but you'll continue to see them grow.
And now we switch to mat number 1. We are on mat number 1, excuse me, right now. I see some Defiance action. That must be a JV or middle school match on mat number 6. So we're going to stay with the varsity here for the time being.
Mat number 1, we've got Tatum Gardner from Whitmer and Nevaeh Phillips from Hicksville.
Right now, to her base. This is a match at, what is this, 115? Is that
yep,
correct?
115.
Almost a defensive pin there, almost got her leverage, but rolling out of it. And as I'm trying to look, we've got about 42 seconds left to go in period number 1. Now, at what point, if you are an official here, especially with some of these younger I don't want to say youngins, as my grandfather would, but at what point do you have a stalemate or a stall? You want to allow enough time for a wrestler to make a move and be aggressive, but like right there, at what point is there a mental clock running through your head as an official to say, time to blow the whistle?
Yeah, and that number changes depending on the level. And watching the girls really, or the boys, a lot of it is feeling them out. You know, is it stalling, or are these wrestlers not sure what they're doing? Are they working? You know, there's a lot of different variables to it. Really what you're looking for is somebody who balls up and clams up and you know, isn't trying to promote the action. So as they get better, it's easier to call. You know, the younger, less experienced, it's a harder thing to call because you're not sure what they're working on.
Well, both wrestlers there got some time to catch their breath, trying to stay loose. Again, this is Osborne for Napoleon and Snyder from Findlay, correct? We're on mat 1.
Mat 1's.
Check that's Gardner and Phillips. Excuse me. And we have an issue at the scorer's table. Now the whistle sounds. Both will start from the neutral position. Inside tie. A lot of hand fighting right now. What's the key to gaining the advantage when both wrestlers have such a high level of gravity right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Staying low is one of the keys to wrestling, but also, as you said, working inside control. You know, you want to be inside. That way you can protect yourself and also set up your takedowns. Mat number 1 looks like it's a Montpelier girl, not a Hicksville. Looks like Montpelier rather than a Hicksville match down there.
Okay. Bear with us, folks. We are working through. This is what you'd call organized chaos.
Absolutely.
When 8 mats all running at the same time.
When you got 8 mats running. Yeah, we've got mat 1 right now is a middle school match of Montpelier and, let's see, Wapakoneta down there. Zoe Vaughn and Jolinda Alash from Montpelier. So
pays to have the cell phone handy. We are working technology into this broadcast like nobody's business, ladies and gentlemen.
That's one of the difficult parts about wrestling is there's so many different places to follow.
So we're now switching to mat number 3. This is going to be Taylor Folk of Bryan and Lila Nichols of Archibald. And this is a match at 130. About to get underway. We joked last year the only thing that this circus is missing is a tent.
Absolutely.
But the tent is a gymnasium today.
It is. And you'll see people camped everywhere as well. You know, great to watch the support. Lila from Archibald has had some success. And having, you know, 20 minutes apart, Taylor from Bryan, they've probably wrestled once or twice this year.
Again, middleweights right now, and both again with a high level inside tie. Both just kind of feeling each other out right now.
Yeah, both schools in the local area have done a great job of promoting female wrestling, too. Archibald's got a really nice program, had a couple state placers last year. Bryan's really been working, building numbers. They do a great job of promoting it in the local area. Bryan hosts a tournament, Archibald hosts a tournament, so you can certainly see the support here in Northwest Ohio.
Nichols finally throws her off. Again, butting heads.
Yeah.
Working
Girls wrestle a couple times against each other. They're trying to feel each other out. They kind of know what they want to do or what the other wrestler wants to do, looking for those openings.
So for 130, I'm looking at both of these wrestlers a little bit taller. You can tell they've spent some time in the weight room. Those legs look very strong. Your base at this level is going to play maybe a little bit more of a role than at some of the lighter levels, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That leg strength. And, you know, throughout female wrestling, a big piece of it is the flexibility. And you'll see that when they get on the mat. The flexibility is just amazing. As an official for 11 years, from going to watching boys to girls, you know, you got to give them a little bit more time to wrestle things out just because, man, the positions they can get in, I wouldn't be able to get up in the morning.
No oil in the joints anymore?
No.
Well, what you're seeing, too, here are a couple of upperclassmen, a couple of seniors that are relying on their strength. They're not necessarily going to make silly moves, but right now we're almost through the first period, and there's our first shot.
Yep.
And there it is, a takedown.
A lot of that pressure, like I said, moving forward, making sure you're keeping pressure. That's one of the keys. You see them working off to the side. That's one of the keys when you're on the mat. You've got them broken down. You need to find your leverage and work out. And Archibald runs a lot of this double wrist. It's one of their favorite turns. They just grab the wrists and suck them in tight. And
almost got the wing in, but we're about to run out of time, and the first period comes to an end. That was almost like a chess match, wasn't
Absolutely. And like I said, these girls have probably wrestled over the last couple of years a few times and know a little bit about each other and really where they're looking for those openings, those weak spots. They know what they want to do, but it's tough when you've wrestled somebody a few times to get to those spots.
So Falk has elected to take up. Nichols will get into her base with a 3-0 lead.
And here locally, you'll see a lot of the female wrestlers take top. When you watch the boys here in a couple days, you're going to see a lot of down and neutral trying to score those points. But these girls are looking to overpower their opponent on the top. That's where a lot of them are working.
All right, now we're seeing a little upper body strength here right now from Falk.
Lila does a nice job getting away.
Give her the point for the escape. It's now 4-0. And here we go, inside tie, just kind of beating each other around. Walk us through this. When do you know you've got an advantage? Because right now for the casual fan, this just looks like they're kind of pushing each other around. What's the strategy here?
Yeah, it's difficult when you get into the deep collar tie like they are, when they get ear to ear. It's hard to open up a whole lot of space. You're closed up. You've got everything there to block, defend. But what you're working on is just that little bit of gap, making some space. And you could see that from Falk taking a shot.
Yep. She went in on the high crotch, and that's just great footwork, isn't it?
Yeah, Lila did a nice job of defending, stopping her forward momentum, working to get to a spot where she could secure the takedown. And big changes in wrestling here the last couple of years. We really didn't have much this year, but, moving to the 3-point takedown last year and 4-point near fall really promotes the offensive wrestler to keep working. It's not just take them down and stay on top. If you watch college, a lot of the work is just staying on top.
Yep.
Ohio High School is promoting, let's see some offensive wrestling. Let's keep kids moving. And it's been great to see, the takedowns increase and getting rewarded for those near falls a little bit more.
So you're not a fan of riding time?
No, I'm not. I get it in college, and it does its job. Those kids are amazing with their craft, but, these kids who are learning, you really got to promote them working.
Well, Falk has done a good job of staying in her base, and they go off the side of the mat, but that takes a lot out of you. And as I'm watching Falk try to get to her feet, she is breathing very heavy right now.
Yeah, for those people who haven't been in a wrestling match, 6 minutes, that's a long time on the mat of full contact. It's not an hour-long basketball game or football game, but that's 6 minutes at a time. That takes a lot out of you. Right now, Falk's going to be working up. It's going to take a lot of energy to try and clear her arms, get some wrist control and stand up. And even Lila on top, the pressure she's got to keep moving to keep her down. There's a lot to it.
Nichols swings over. Right now, it looks like she's trying to bar that arm up. And we are 5 seconds away from period number 3. Most of this period has been Nichols riding on top.
Yeah, this is a really nice first-round match.
Really is.
You and I have watched several of them that have gone pretty quick, but seeing that competition, seeing them work here in the first round, that's a good matchup for them.
So Nichols will take the top here, and my question is, if you are Falk, what do you need to do to get out? I watched her. I thought she was trying to sit out just before the second period ended, but Nichols is just smothering. What's your strategy here if you're Falk to just try and get an escape and get back to even?
Yeah, the one thing she seems to be missing is getting hand control. When you're on bottom, it's important to stop her hands. When your wrestler's on top, they can do a lot of different things to take out your posts and things like that. So you got to get that wrist control. That way you can create a little bit of separation and get away. That's probably what her coaches are telling her. Keep moving on bottom. Try and get wrist control, create a little separation, and then be aggressive when you get back to your feet.
Brian right now just trying to catch her breath. Falk.
Looks like we got a little bit of blood time now.
Yep, they're
just
treating
a quick
Nichols.
One. A lip maybe or a nose, but
look there, she's like, Coach, come on, I'm all right, let's go.
We'll see a lot of that today. The dry weather, those lips crack, and then it doesn't take much for a nose. But typically coaches are well versed and can get it cleaned up quick and back to action.
So Falk is down. Nichols will cover for the final 2 minutes. She's in command, leading 7-0. Falk trying to get to her base. I thought she might be able to sit out for a second, but Nichols has just been dominant on top.
Yeah, like I said, she's missing that hand control. She's letting Archibald get the hands, kind of control that top pressure, keeping her head down. She's got to work up and clear her wrists now and then she's got to get her own wrist control.
Yep.
Lila's doing a great job of controlling 2-on-1 or double wrists. She's really got to get those clear first and then make sure she can get her control.
Trying to get underneath. Looked like she was trying to work the wing, but right now doing a good job of working side to side, and she's almost turned her.
Yeah, that double wrist. Almost got to a half position. Looks like she's got a bundle. She'll try and run around, a butcher. But like I said, the flexibility for the female wrestlers, a lot of these moves that you see through the boys and things like that, they just are run a little bit different. They've got more flexible shoulders and hips, and it's great to see.
Trying to turn her again, laying out of it, but unable to do anything with 1 minute left to go, and it just looks like Falk is breathing heavy right now.
Yeah.
She has spent the bulk of this match on her belly.
And Lila's doing a really nice job of not staying parallel to her.
Correct.
She's getting off to the side. We were talking about it a little bit. Where do you call a stalling? Where do you call a stalemate? Well, you can see the Archibald wrestler working off to the side, not just sitting on top of her. She's not had a whole lot of success in turning her, but she's working different moves and getting out of the way. So, that's something that she's probably not going to see as long as she stays off of her hips.
Well, she got out early, so again, she doesn't need to take risks at this point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Up 7-0 right now. 25 seconds left. She can kind of conserve a little bit of her energy. She's going to want to keep her down, and she'll keep working on something. But at this point, it's kind of conserve your energy, get out with the win.
And she's 12 seconds away from doing just that. Well, first match that we've been able to broadcast for the varsity that didn't end in the first period, but it's going to be a convincing win. 7-0 your final score. And we are about to move to mat number 1. And this is going to be Defiance versus Findlay. Viviana King-Maeku taking on Aaliyah Romero.
Now, one of the seniors you'll see here, like I mentioned before, not a ton of upperclassmen. You'll get them in there. But Defiance in general, and a lot of it was led by Isabel Jordan, who we saw earlier today. The physicality of the Defiance wrestlers is one of the things that really makes them good. When you get later in the season and you see the postseason, the girls who are a little bit more physical and work your head a little bit more, take a little bit more of your energy, they seem to do really well, get girls off their game with that physicality.
King-Maeku, you saw take a shot on a single there, both going off the mat.
Both of them are working on getting their wrist control or their positioning. King wants a 2-on-1. Trying to set up an angle for another shot here. Work her head down. That's one of the keys in wrestling. When I was a coach, that's what I told my kids a lot, is work their heads. Early in the match, it's not going to do a whole lot, but it's kind of like a powerhouse running football team. You might get 1 or 2 yards per carry in the beginning of the game, but by the fourth,
wears you down.
Yeah, you're tired, and those runs just break a little bit more, and that's what I relate to the head taps. If you work their head and get them tired. King's looking for a headlock, nice sprawl, getting her hips away.
A rarity, but we almost saw a throw there by King-Maeku, and she's been very aggressive and swings over the top, and there's 2 points.
Yep. Once again, off to the side right away, getting pressure forward. That's going to pay dividends later in the match. Get her tired. That pressure, it's hard to work up from the bottom. You're going to use a lot of your energy.
And do we have a potentially dangerous or just a stall
end of the period there?
End of period, yep. So King-Maeku, one of the things I really noticed during that first period, though, Sean, she changes levels quickly and often.
Yeah, and she's always moving forward, which is another key. That pressure, always being moving. That way your opponent doesn't know exactly where you're going. But that pressure forward is an important piece of it. You don't want to get caught backing up, spinning around. Feet forward is a good place to be.
So King-Maeku will take her base. She will be down. Romero, boy, I thought for a second, was she going to go optional? Why would you?
No, not
need.
right here.
No. King-Maeku getting to her base, now to her feet.
Nice job tripoding up. She's going to work to do that again, creating a little bit of separation.
Romero showed some good strength and running her. Oh,
yep.
I thought for a second King-Maeku was about to break and get the escape,
and there
she does.
Here, yep. Absolutely. That tenacious attitude of getting up, that's important. Some kids will get their heads down, get stuck in the mat. King did a nice job of keeping her head up and continuing to work up, and if you saw, she was grabbing hands as she was coming up. That's one of the keys. King going for that headlock again.
Oh, nice turn, an Olympic headlock, and now she's got her down.
Very nice. Plenty of time on it. She's going to be able to take her time and just make small adjustments.
Oh, Romero in a world of hurt right now, trying to bridge out of it.
A little bit here. If she lifts her head, sure, that's what the coaches are yelling.
There it is. There's the pin. With 1:10 left to go in the second period. And a nice showing that time by Viviana King-Maeku with the pin. That was just textbook, wasn't it?
Yeah, she did a really nice job. She kind of forced it a little bit to get started, but she did a great job of finishing it and then taking her time and not getting too excited.
So we've got another Defiance wrestler here at 135 pounds. Are we going to mat number 3? We'll waiting for that mat to clear. But up next, we anticipate Paulina George from Defiance against Regia Williams from Findlay.
Similar records, but a senior versus a freshman.
I was about to ask you, okay, 135 pounds of freshman weighs a lot differently than 135 pounds of senior, doesn't it?
It'll be really interesting. 2 really nice female programs, like I've been mentioning about Defiance. Findlay does a very nice job. They host some postseason tournaments. Last weekend, they hosted one of probably the bigger female wrestling tournaments in the state. The Findlay Fight, I believe, is what they call it. They bring teams from all over the country as well. So good programs now. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of these older girls right now are still kind of newer to wrestling, or, even if they have wrestled to 3 years, these younger girls have had a lot more opportunity to get there. So it'll be interesting to see, but.
George almost shot there. She's trying to come around on the side, and for just a freshman, Williams is showing a good nimbleness.
Absolutely. The flexibility is key. George has got to get her hands back together. Try and crack down that hip. She's doing a great job driving through. She's got to get her head up. That's one of the things. When you put your head down, there is no momentum forward anymore.
Williams hasn't quite cleared yet, but all of a sudden,
George wants to face and get 2 hands on that leg. See, when you get to 2 hands on that leg, you can make a big difference. That looks like she's just trying to suck her under.
This is a cat fight right now. Who wants to gain a little bit better leverage? Williams, is she trying to cradle her up?
Yeah, it looks like she's going for a far side. George is still doing a good job of keeping up. There you go.
Look at the freshman.
Got her on her
She's
back.
turned her. Am I seeing? There we go. Back points being awarded, and George is in a world of hurt right now.
Findlay needs to get their bottom knee in the side and create a little bit of pressure on it so that official can see. That's one of the difficult things in that far side cradle. If you can't get that knee in the side.
Back points have been awarded, but she wants to end this in the first period, and George finally breaks loose.
Did a nice job of getting out, but I think she maybe had some hands to the face while she was fighting there. So it looks like George got awarded 5 near fall points and then 1 penalty point.
All of a sudden, 1 move, and it's 8-0.
Yeah, Findlay got some extra points there when George went to her back. She was reaching up over her head, getting her hands in her eyes, things like that. So as you're doing that, the official's going to let you play out that match. You're just going to be careful with it on afterwards. Make sure you explain to the wrestlers what they did, what's going on.
Well, Williams just came out and, to use a boxing term, punched George right in the jaw.
Yeah,
did that catch your attention?
They were fighting well, but you know what? She had a nice crossface, and when George stepped up, she knew right what to do to go under that leg and go for that far side cradle. It's a great move. Once you can get it locked up tight, it's very difficult to get out of.
Boy, for being a freshman, Williams is wrestling well above what you would consider her grade level.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'll see a lot of strong younger classmen. Some of the girls, waited until got
George,
the near fall again.
Tack on more points with 9 seconds and counting left to go in the first period, but Williams has come out and looked incredibly impressive in the first period.
Williams needs to sink her arm a little bit deeper, get her elbow behind the head in the half so that she can't roll through, but very strong first period for her, being up 9-0.
Well, Regia Williams, and we say this as a compliment, that was a surprising first period.
Yeah, George looked really good, getting in on the leg, fighting through it, but, all it takes is that second, that mental lapse for a second, and, you end up on your back, and 9 points is a lot to come back from.
Now, with that said, we've seen how quickly you can score, and score with the new rules, as you mentioned, on just 1 move. But right now, what's the key to George to getting out of her base and getting back to neutral?
Yeah, she's got to get some motion right off the whistle. Findlay getting a caution there, not the starting position that she needs to be in, but if George can start right off the whistle, get some movement, create a little bit of separation, work for those hands, that'll make a big difference for her. Another caution.
Yep.
One more of those, and she's going to give up a free point.
So now the freshman down. Williams is set. George trying to get out of her base.
She's working for that hand control, which, like I said, is one of the keys. Got to be careful rolling through.
Yep. So Williams got a crossface in. I'm trying to tell
got a
here.
half right now. She's pulling on that elbow. You can see the flexibility of George there.
And she's turned George again.
Williams needs to get teed up here, get perpendicular to her. That'll create a lot more pressure to hold her down.
With George trying to bridge out of it, she's in some trouble.
A lot of energy being used, too, to get out of that. But nice job rolling out. She's facing her now. Got an opportunity if she keeps her head up and keeps driving.
Boy, you mentioned, though, that takes a lot out of you wrestling from the bottom. As much as she just isn't here, but she did in the entire first period, and she's on her back again.
And we've counted up enough points here. If George does get out,
we're looking
going to
at
have
a tech fall.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
And there it is.
She lifted that head to finish it. Very nice.
Williams with the pin, and the freshman defeats the senior and looks incredibly strong. Not just strong, but technical in doing so.
Did a great job defending that takedown that George had there for a little bit. Olivia Zedike from Fairview and Bree Drago from Archibald. Freshman versus freshman.
We're on mat 5 here, correct? Down the far side.
Looks like we're in the second period here. Olivia's leading at the moment, 7-3. It looks like 7-5 in the second period, 8-5.
8-5 now.
Yep. Olivia on bottom, Bree on top. Fairview's got some nice female wrestlers as well. That's another thing you'll see a lot of pressure, a lot of moving forward, very physical. As they develop their technique, it's just going to make them that much better.
Zedike will start on the bottom. Name very popular in the Fairview area.
Absolutely. She's probably got 4 or 5 other Zedikes in her class with her.
I don't care if it's a small or large school, but especially those rural communities, there seems to be a name that just drags on for, if not years, sometimes decades, doesn't it?
As soon as they leave, you've got their kids coming through and their nieces and nephews. Good to see Brian Seiler out there. The official does a very good job. He's been down to the state tournament a couple times.
Well, you were busting chops with a crew that was on mat number 8 earlier before we got started here. It's a tight fraternity, isn't it?
Absolutely. We really enjoy spending time together. Good group of guys. A lot of local officials here. Several of them, we actually meet here Monday nights for our officials meeting. So a lot of these guys will meet up every Monday night to talk about what's happening. And Brian's one of those key players in our association. We've got quite a few of them here. But
Dragu with a nice turn and give her 2 points. Not sure of the score on this mat right now. There we take a look at it, 8-7, so things just got a little tighter.
Yeah, you can see Olivia's keeping her head down. That's one of those keys to wrestling is you keep your head down. It's not going to see good things. We got to the end of the period. She was just getting ready to make a move there, but
Zedike did all that work for the bulk of 2 minutes, finally cleared, and just like that, time runs out on her.
Yep, and entering the third period neutral.
Anybody's match going into the third period here with just a 1-point difference. And here we go. Oh, nice shot by Zedike. Went in on a double.
She's doing a nice job getting her hips back, trying to keep that pressure down and keep moving, but Zedike finishing it well.
Oh.
Keeping 2 hands on
there
that
it
leg.
is.
Looks like she's trying to work across the face to a tricep, maybe a half right now.
3 points, 11-7. Now you go to work, don't you?
Absolutely. You want to keep them flattened out, and that's Olivia just did a nice job of breaking Bree down. You want to keep them flat. You can run a lot more moves when they're flat. Looks like maybe she's working in a half. Got one of the wrists.
Dragu trying to get to her base. We are at 170 here, so you're seeing the strength and not just the flexibility, but you see wrestlers that can do a little bit more up top at this level, don't you?
Yeah, you're going to see more strength for sure. Probably some different moves than what you see in the lighter weights. Still, flexibility is a key, but Olivia's doing a good job on top. Keeping pressure forward, working off to the side, keeping that wrist control, working to the tricep. I think she wants a far side. I think that's what she's looking for, trying to ball her up into a far side cradle.
Clock winding down here, and the whistle sounds.
Yeah, as we mentioned a couple matches ago, Lila was doing a nice job getting off the hips. Olivia was riding really parallel to her. In those situations, she's doing a great job on top. She's just got to work off to a side, show a little bit of pressure, see that she's working perpendicular. You're not going to get those calls.
41 seconds left to go. You're down by 4, and you're on the bottom if you're Dragu. I don't want to say you throw caution to the wind here, but you got to move a little bit more urgently.
Yeah, Olivia with a nice finish. Looks like Drago maybe was trying to roll through and got caught, and nice job finishing the match.
29 seconds is where it ends. And we are moving on to mat number 5. So I think we'll stay put.
Well, looks like we've got another Drago, Elizabeth Drago from Archbold and Riley Chambers from Swanton coming out.
So Drago, and keep thinking of Ivan Drago
I know,
from the movie Rocky IV.
I officiated a match for one of them a couple weeks ago, and I told them they had the best name I'd seen for a wrestler in a long time.
Excuse me, that would have been Rocky III. Got to get the sequel down. Boy, look at them get after each other. Now, this is 190 pounds, but they are really working hard. Oh, yeah, and there Riley you go. Quick nice move crunch with the upper body. Yep,
keeping that pressure. Looks like she's moving forward right away with the half. As I said, these early rounds, the quicker you can get a match finished and get off, the better. And go Hugo Barajas calling the pin for her.
Wow. You blink and it's over, but there's the difference between the heavier weights and the lighter weights, what we talked about. I know for the boys, it's not uncommon to see a guy just kind of bulk up and throw, but are we seeing that the women are capable of doing the same thing at this weight class?
Absolutely. When you get up to the 190 and the 235 weight class, you'll see a lot more of that for sure.
I think we're going to take a break as we've got mats clear here. So what we're going to do is catch our breath. We are moving like wildfire here in the early rounds. We're going to take a quick timeout. We're back right after this on DCTV Sports.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org.
Discover top-quality healthcare education at Northwest State. Our instructors have real-world experience, so they know how to prepare you for great career opportunities. Northwest State, where you'll get the top-quality healthcare education you need to succeed.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1948.
In life, unexpected challenges can test us. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, you deserve a team that understands. Because your story matters. Call Arthur Law Firm today. We'll fight for you every step of the way.
Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit SuperiorCU.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union. When a fire or natural disaster throws a penalty flag, let ServiceMaster Restore work for you. Anything from minor cleanups to complete overhaul and rebuilding. Contact ServiceMaster by McCann.
Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1948. Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1948.
Westbanco, building a better bank every day since 1870. Community-focused Westbanco. Find out more at westbanco.com. Embrace the magic as the Nutcracker Prince comes to life and guides Clara through a blizzard of snowflakes to the land of sweets. The Strady Center for the Arts presents the Fort Wayne Ballet production of The Nutcracker, live in Defiance for one performance only on December 20th. Tickets are on sale now at defiancearts.org.
Back at the Dog Pound, it is the 2025. It's the first annual, or as we commonly say, inaugural. Battle at the Fort. As we've got the Border War, one of the biggest high school wrestling tournaments in the state, coming up next week. But last year they said, you know what, we've got enough interest for the girls, so let's give them a one-day tournament. And you're seeing the very first one ever. So we welcome you back, Brent Balbanon alongside Sean Mack. Maybe we shouldn't have been surprised, but Sean, the top half of the bracket, the front end, has run very quickly so far.
Yeah, you know, at this point in the season, we're to the point where you've got some records and some head-to-head matchups, so you can really see the tournament a lot better and get those good wrestlers out there.
Our next match, we're waiting for varsity because right now they're about 2 deep at the JV level on every map, but our next match is going to be on map number 5, and it's going to be Isabella Powell from Elida and Aria Grady from Clay High School. So as we wait, watching that map right now for the next opportunity for the varsity to step up. What strikes you the most as far as high school wrestling? But let's stay with the ladies here. Just in the last couple years in particular, what has led, in your opinion, to the interest in girls wrestling?
You know, Ohio female wrestling, the great thing they had really was Olivia Shore from Miami East. She was our first female state placer on the boys' side. We had 1 or 2 girls in Ohio high school that had qualified for state, but Olivia, it was actually the year of COVID, got to go out and wrestle and finished on the podium. And you know, she's at Otterbein, does a lot of coaching with Tiffin University. A lot of these girls got to grow up watching her beat up on the boys, and I think that sparked a lot of these girls' interest. And you know, last year we had 2 years ago here in Northwest Ohio, we had Savannah Isaac from Whitmer, the 4-time state champion. Just a very dominant female wrestler. Last year, McKenna Kraft from down by Columbus, you know. So they're getting to see these girls and, you know, getting them off on their own. You know, I think it's really nice. Gets them away from worrying about wrestling a boy, especially when you talk about the upper weights. You know, the boys who are developed, it's just not the same. And the girls are really putting out a good product.
Now, this is mat number 3. Is this a varsity match, Josh, or on mat number 3, what we're showing right now? We're just showing JV matches right now, correct? Still middle school.
Got a Hicksville and Napoleon down there. Yep. Looks like we moved up mat 5. Is that the one we're waiting on?
Yep, that's what we're waiting on.
Junior high,
I will say this too.
Defiance.
It's a tip of the cap to the Trailblazers. The girls that wanted to wrestle and knew if they were going to do so, they had to do so against the boys in the early going. But quite often you saw those lightweights. Obviously, if the boys 103, maybe 113. Now you've got the ability for everybody to match up a little bit more on equal footing. And when would you say it took off? About 5 years ago, maybe even a little bit sooner?
Yeah, we really did have it, you know, 3-4 years ago, we kicked it over to the all-girls, but I'd say 2 years before that. And here in Northwest Ohio, we had some Trailblazers as well. Looks like we're watching Defiance, Riley Rakes versus Montpelier's Bailey Lash on there. But, you know, growing up, you know, we had girls on the teams. Actually, one of Archibald's high school girls coaches was on my team in high school at Tenora. Her and her sister, there was 2 out of the 5 daughters wrestled, and Shalise did a really good job. I think she was maybe a state alternate when she ended up graduating on the boys' side. But seeing those girls who kind of pushed through and kind of set the path for these girls now coming back and helping, that's a great thing, seeing the girls that I remember watching. We got a couple nice wrestlers from Paulding who have, moms who are the wrestlers and not the dads. It's really cool to watch.
I'll never forget the first time I saw it. And again, credit to the young lady. I can't remember the name, but it was Story City, Iowa. And in Iowa, they go by classes instead of divisions. But she was a tremendous softball player. She was a tremendous, I want to say in the fall, she ran cross country. And they needed somebody at 103. She goes, I'm senior, never tried it, but she goes, Coach, I want to go out. She was the girl next door. And he goes, you realize you're probably going to get manhandled, right?
Yeah.
Can you handle that? And she goes, I want to go. And he goes, her mindset was no different than anybody else's. But the young man she wrestled from Webster City, you could see the cautiousness in his approach. And when he reached around and went up top, best way to put it, when he made contact with soft tissue, let's put it that way, he pulled back.
Yep.
And she didn't quit.
Yeah.
She shot low and took him down, and the entire gymnasium erupted. What it did was light a fire under him, and he pinned her in about another 10 seconds. But the point was, it's the mindset you take. And she was there to wrestle, and she said, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm here to wrestle, and it caught him. It caught him. We're about to go on to mat. Right now we're on mat number 2.
Lake Jordan.
This is
from
going to be
Lake
a
Jordan,
JV.
Owensby, and then
Cheyenne Rankin from Ayersville.
Cheyenne down on bottom.
Still waiting for mat number 5 to open up for the varsity.
Yeah, you're really seeing a growth of it in this junior high, middle school age range. A lot of teams, when you're talking rural Northwest Ohio, there's teams that aren't filling out very full boys teams. But when you start seeing some of them grow, Ayersville's had a nice increase in number of girls this year. Montpelier's doing a good job with their program. Seeing some of these smaller schools build this, this is one of the fastest growing things we've got in the state of Ohio right now. And every year you see the competition just get better and better, which is terrific.
Well, Jordan Owensby from Lake, the Toledo area. Talk about planning for the future when they built facilities. That school destroyed by a tornado was it about 10 years ago, roughly? I'm trying to think within the last decade.
Yeah.
And they pre-planned very well. As mat number 5 has just now opened up, we'll kind of keep an eye on the Rankin-Owensby match here on mat number 2.
On mat 5, we've got Ayersville and Archibald.
So this is going to be Karis Jacobs and Mackenzie Woods. And what weight class is this? 100 pounds.
100 pounds.
I want to thank Ray Romero. I know he was winded having to go up and down the steps to get us our hard copy, but he's getting his 10,000 steps in today, let's put it that way.
Absolutely. Ray, just a jack of all trades. He also officiates, helps with the coaching, and then does a great job when you guys get him up here.
So both of these, we're into the second round. We're wrestling up the front because both these wrestlers got a bye in their opening round. So we got Jacobs from Archibald and, again, Woods from Ayersville.
Once again, a couple freshmen, and particularly at the lighter weights, you see a lot more of those. Looks like Karis has had a lot of matches this year. As these programs develop, you'll end up seeing, you can kind of see the ones who have been pushing the program a little bit longer. At this point in the year, they've got more matches. And that's one of the keys, especially to a newer wrestler, is the more matches you get.
And, again, with the pair of freshmen here, maybe a little bit more cautious between the two.
Yeah, they're still feeling each other out, working on that wrist control. Jacobs is doing a nice job of controlling it right now, but Mackenzie is also defending well. They're going to feel each other out. Somebody's going to work. I know Archibald had a nice shot. They're going to keep working that. Just trying to get your inside tie, inside control. Create some angles for a leg.
I was going to say, levels are a little high, and just as I say that, nice shot on a single leg by Jacobs. Can she do something with it?
She's finishing it relatively quick right now. She needs some pressure across. If she grabs across and drives in, I think she'll have a nice takedown. Going into that half. Got to continue to pressure. Looks like she's going to get it.
Almost turned her.
Yep. Nice takedown right into it.
There it is. Now how do you build on this?
Well, chain wrestling is really important, and that's what she did there. She didn't finish just with the takedown and reset. She kept that half Nelson in. Right now you're seeing the flexibility I was talking about, but she's got it nice and deep around her waist. She's going to have a hard time getting out other than the short time here.
Yep. Woods trying to bridge out of it, and this takes a lot out of you, folks.
Yeah.
And there it is. Tap.
Yep, looks like we got the pinfall just before the tap.
Just before the tap, and you can see her smack her hand on the mat. She knew she was probably, a second away from buying another 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It was close there. A little stiff afterwards.
So we are about to go to mat number 2.
79.
Bear with us here, folks.
So we've got Watkins from Bryan, and then who else do we have out on mat 2 right now?
Is that Hazleton?
I think we've got mat 2 right now. Hoskins. Oh, we've got
Morales from Napoleon. So this is Hoskins from Yale, Michigan, and Neri Morales from Napoleon.
Josh keeps doing a nice job of giving me the wrong bout numbers, so I have the wrong people.
Throw him under the bus early. Never mind, we'll tell you later.
Napoleon, once again, another nice program. Jason Seiler, who's been the head of the boys and the girls for a long time here. Another very physical team. We got a clasping here. You were talking a minute ago about Rick Barajas. We've got about 5 different Barajases out here. Aaron Barajas is officiating the match we're on. We'll see them all around here. Very big wrestling family. Do a really nice job officiating. They've coached. All really good.
I don't see Yale listed on this bracket. Am I missing something? So maybe a late edition here?
What weight class are we at here? I didn't see when it popped up on the names.
You're looking at 110. Hoskins from Yale, Morales from Napoleon.
This is back to this is a second round match. There just wasn't enough for the first round, but Hoskins is a junior, 9-2 record. You can see she's really controlling the top on Morales. She's got legs in, really trying to pressure forward. Probably going to get a stalemate or something like that called here if she stays with those legs in. Kind of staying parallel. No, we got a stalling on red.
Got a stall with 36 seconds left in the second period.
As you stay parallel, that it makes an easier call. Sometimes when they've got the legs in, you're going to get a stalemate first because you can't really get off to the side and get perpendicular when you got legs in.
So break down the body types here because this is 110 pounds and Hoskins is a little bit longer, a little bit, I don't want to say scrawny, but leaner.
Yeah.
Whereas you take a look at Morales, and even though she's at 110, I would have guessed her to be maybe a couple weight classes up. What's the advantage, or is it a push at best when you're talking body types like this? So she's locked her into a cradle, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, the body type, can go different directions. It's all about knowing what you want to do, and the young lady from Yale does a nice job. She stretches her out. She uses that length to an advantage, and sometimes when you're a little bit longer on top, it's hard with the stockier wrestlers. You can lock up a lot more moves when you got those longer arms.
We're going to move down to the near corner here. Mat number 4 about to come up. And we will clarify, this is going to be Alexa Watkins of Bryan versus Emily Burford from DeKalb. This is 115 pounds.
Looks like Alexa got a first-round bye, but Emily beat a wrestler from Edgerton in the first round. So we're seeing those second-round matchups already, which is great. DeKalb, Burford getting after it right away, but a nice escape by Watkins, getting back to her feet, down 7-1 right now.
Finally on the board, and now you're back to neutral here. So what's the key?
You got to work your offense. No matter where you're at in a wrestling match, it's always important to do what you want to do, and it looks like Watkins wants that headlock. She's standing a little tall.
Yep.
She's got to get that weight forward.
Level's a little high. She's going for a throw here.
Yeah. First period.
And instead, how fortunes have just changed.
Yeah. She's standing a little high. She didn't have that pressure coming in to really throw that. And
Burford with a great counter. An Olympic headlock is in tight, and
she's got plenty of time here to make small adjustments. She's got to work that head up a little bit.
Watkins can't even bridge. She is just trying to twist right now in the wind. Can she hang on for the next 12 seconds? She cannot.
Todd Peterson with the fall. When you get to this point in the match, there's just those small adjustments that you have to make. And, she did a nice job of not moving too quick.
Well, and again, you give, as we're going to move to mat number 4 here, but you see Watkins got aggressive. but at the same time, we talked about it. You lose leverage for even half a second, and the match can change on a dime.
Yeah, and it was a little bit early, I think, maybe to go to that extreme.
So we'll stay on mat number 4.
Looks like we've got Isabel Jordan back up here.
Okay.
And then we've got Tori Sarg from Liberty
Benton.
Yep. As I told you in the first round, Isabel's really aggressive, gets right after it. She's going to get a takedown, let her up. She's going to work her moves right now. She got through that first round quick. She wants to work on a couple of her takedowns. Practice is great, but wrestling against an opponent, gives you a better opportunity to see what you can do.
Jordan, we saw in her first match, very aggressive. Sorg, who's got the leverage here? Both working inside. And a little bit of hand fighting.
You see Isabel get on her head here, move her hands out of the way. Already up 2 takedowns to 1, 6-2. A nice change to benefit it. Oh, nice fireman across the leg.
Yep.
Cover. We'll look for her here now. I bet you coaches are telling her, let's finish it off. You got a couple takedowns in. Let's work your top moves. Let's conserve that energy for later rounds.
I thought for a second she was going to let her up. Every now and then you get in a wrestler is that aggressive, that confident. I'll let you up and I'll trade 2 for 1 all afternoon.
Yeah, she's got that barbed wire. And typically, and I'm sure Ray and Coach Zolman there kind of similar. Let her get 3 of them, but now it's time to finish it off, and that's what she does.
Sorg couldn't bridge out of that one, so the pin coming with 46 seconds left to go in period number 2. And right now, 125. Jordan from Defiance is looking pretty strong. I'll be curious to see what the other half of that bracket looks like as we'll stay on mat number 4. This will be bout number 93. And we'll head to the bottom there.
We got Peyton
Geiner
and Brooke Page from Wapakoneta. So right here, we're on the other half of that bracket. Page from Wapakoneta looks like she came in 0-0 record. So she may have had a couple matches, not quite in there yet, but freshman. And Peyton from Bryan is a sophomore, 4-0 right now. 5-0, making it through the first round, but she's doing a nice job staying on top. Looks like she's working a front head trap. But Wapakoneta doing a nice job of staying perpendicular with her and getting back to her feet. Didn't want to be in that front headlock position.
Again, at 125 here, but for 125, both these wrestlers a little bit taller, a little bit rangier for this weight class. What does that do when it comes to technique and aggressiveness?
Yeah, you're going to see some different moves out of them. That's why you're seeing that front head trap from Bryan. The Wapakoneta girl, she's kind of making some straight-on shots. She got to work on some angles, but Bryan doing a nice job of trying to cut the corner here. Blocking that arm, getting behind, securing a takedown. When you're a little bit longer, going straight on really isn't a good place for you. You got to create those angles so you don't get stretched out. That's kind of what happened to Paige there from Wapakoneta.
They're almost on the other mat, and finally the whistle sounds.
Yeah, as great as the gym is here, Defiance did a fantastic job. 8 mats in any gym is a lot to fit in there, so you got to be really careful, particularly for the wrestler's safety, and they did a nice job of letting the action happen and getting them back in the center.
We're not quite a full hour into this, and we are almost through the top or the front end of every weight class's bracket.
Yeah, we're about a quarter of the way through the second round here in the bracketed style wrestling, which the tournament's moving along nicely.
Extremely.
We'll see them. Got a nice wing in there. She's got to be careful coming forward with it. Yep, potentially dangerous. She didn't quite get her wing stuck in deep enough.
Now you look at her, and she's asking for clarification there. That's a high wrestling IQ, right? What did I do wrong there?
Yeah.
Ask the official. There can be communication, right? You can't be afraid of the officials, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the officials, like we said, we got a great group of officials here. They're going to help you out. They can't coach you, but they're going to make sure that you understand what you're doing because just like the wrestlers, the officials don't want to stop the match over and over. They want them to keep going. They don't want to break up momentum, but they want to keep everybody safe, which is a top priority. Which is why we got that potentially dangerous there before.
Final 5 seconds of the period about to wind down. So what you're saying is the officials don't get paid by the whistle.
No, and once you get in a groove as an official, you want to keep the match going too. It's just as difficult for you if the momentum has issues. When you get a herky-jerky match, and you want them to keep wrestling.
Well, different wrestlers, different styles, as we talked about it, different weight classes, different body types, meaning different strengths and weaknesses. It's one thing if you're doing a duel or a double duel, but when you see different wrestlers, different weight classes, constantly rotating through, what's the challenge as an official to do what you just said, allow the wrestlers to wrestle knowing you may see completely different types of matches or styles in the blink of an eye, one after another?
One of the keys, and you can see that a lot of the rest of the officials doing it well here, is creating some separation between you and the wrestlers. You don't want to be on top of them. It's really hard to see what's happening when you get too close. You'd think it's the opposite. You want to be in close and see everything, but if you take a couple steps back, you'll see a lot more of the action. The other big thing, a lot of these officials were wrestlers or were coaches, and so they kind of know how the flow should work. So you'll see them kind of start to move their position before the girls even do, because they know where they should go next.
Geiner and a potentially dangerous call right there.
You know, the girls and even the boys, they don't always go exactly where you expect them to be. But you kind of position yourself where you think they're going to go, where it makes the most sense for their next move to be, so you're always in position.
So you're saying it's like herding cats?
It is, absolutely. And you can see, you know, based off of what we've seen here, the officials are doing a good job. You're not seeing any of them run around. It means they're not in bad positions. They're in positions they want to be. Got the nice wing in.
Geiner, yep, she's got the wing in, trying to turn.
Yep, she's
Paige
work
right
the
now.
head a little bit more.
Boy, Paige showing a lot of limber.
Yeah, that's that flexibility, and that's one of the tough things for officials, especially ones who have been doing boys for a long time. You know, the difference in the flexibility and the shoulders for the girls.
There we go, 45 degrees, and the count now starting. And Geiner trying to finish it off with the pin. She does.
Nice job.
40 seconds left to go in period number 2.
She really worked hard on the top there.
Is that basically a good example of wear them down and then finish them?
Yeah, she really stuck to the move she wanted to. You know, she was working that wing in the first period and all the way through the second period here. She's really stuck with what she wanted to do, and that's really an important key to this, to wrestling, is you want to impose your will.
Are we staying on mat number 4 again here? It looks like we may be, as we're going to see Maddie Ankeny from Ayersville.
Yep. This is a consolation match here.
Okay.
We saw Maddie lose to Abby in the first round. But 2 local girls. Consolation match, got the shorter first period, down to 1 minute for the high school kids.
Nobody wants to be 2 and done.
No, absolutely, especially after Christmas, having to maybe watch what you were eating, you know, taking your time. You got to maybe cut some weight yesterday. You really don't want to be knocked out 2 days after Christmas, especially if you had to miss a meal.
That's tough to sit on for the next week, isn't it?
Absolutely, and, you know, some of these girls, kind of interesting this weekend. We're at Defiance today. Tenora's got a tournament tomorrow.
Yep.
Some of them are going to double dip and wrestle tomorrow in Tenora as well. You know, when you get the opportunity, there's less of these female wrestling tournaments, so you got to take that opportunity.
Desgrange gets to her feet and gets the point for the escape.
Yep. Going right for
and
that
Ankeny,
cow.
wow.
Ankeny, nice job with the flexibility.
And there you see the arm moving
through.
That happened with less than 5 seconds left to go, and that is just being flat out aggressive if you're Maddie Ankeny.
Yeah, absolutely. Great flexibility, awareness of where they were at. Kaylin was working for a cow catcher, trying to put her to her back, and Ankeny really just scrambled through and did a nice job.
So up 10-1, second period, and Ankeny will be slowly getting to her base.
One of the tough things, you know, we talked about an hour in and we're into the second round. These girls have both wrestled once already. You know, getting that recovery in that half an hour time limit that you have to in between matches, it takes a lot out of you in that first 6 minutes, and then they come out and ask you to do it again.
Such is the nature of the sport, right?
Absolutely.
We are going to be staying on this same mat for the next match. It will be a quarterfinal, so we're going from the backside back to the front side, and it's going to be a really good matchup. Hilaria Salas from Defiance versus Lila Nichols from Archibald.
Got Kaylin working a half on top, working on those wrists. It's a lot of what the Archibald girls like to do. Maddie doing a good job of defending it, trying to peel it off, rolling through. She really wants to get that arm off her head. Kaylin got it sunk in deep. Yep. She's getting close to some back points.
Trying to turn her, but Ankeny's doing a good job of just staying active on the bottom.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the arm move, back points.
A difficult position. Doesn't look like she's necessarily in complete danger for a pin unless those hips get turned over, but she's getting closer and closer.
We got almost a minute left to go here in this second period.
It's a long time to fight off your back. Keelan doing a nice job of driving her hips in, turning the hips over for Maddie. That's what she wanted.
Uh-oh, and now Ankeny in trouble. And after a dominating first period, Desgrange makes the move of the match and gets the stick with 46 seconds left to go in the second period. Ankeny upset, and understandably so.
Fortunately, after the match, Ankeny getting an unsportsmanlike on the team. That's a team point. As we mentioned, tough. You know, you come off of Christmas. You maybe enjoyed your family the last couple days. Had to work hard yesterday, make sure you were at weight, and then you don't want to double dip there and lose that opportunity to keep wrestling today.
Well, young lady, keep your head up. But that is a learning lesson, isn't it? Again, she went out and she was dominant in the first 2 minutes. But one mistake can cost you in this sport.
Absolutely, and familiar wrestlers with one another, you know what they're doing. You got to work on getting that hand off your head when you're in the half. Did a nice job fighting, but a minute's a long time to fight off of your back when you've got a nice half.
So we're staying on mat number 4. This is going to be bout 100, and it is a quarterfinal matchup. So we're on the front side of the bracket now. As Ilaria is Salas, is that how you pronounce it, for Defiance, and Lila Nichols for Archbold. They're telling me, unless I get corrected, yes, we're going to go with it. So,
got to figure out what weight class we are here. 130. Yep. So you got Lila Nichols, who won the first round over Taylor Falk. She had that nice 7-0 win in the first round. Talking a little bit about her strength and power. Lila there from Archibald is a thrower for their track team. Throws shot and disc, so that power you can see transcends into other sports.
Well, you win here and you get yourself a little bit of a breather knowing that you can finish, no worse than is it?
Top 6. It looks like we're placing top 8 here, but a win here puts you into the semifinals, a chance for the championship still. But
nice shot on a double by Salas, and neither wrestler with there it is. Well, still waiting.
Yeah, it looks like Lila's got the leg underneath, still in a bad position, Salas has got to work that other arm underneath her shoulder. If she gets that other arm underneath, she may get the near fall even with Lila having, or the takedown, even with Lila having that leg.
Nichols isn't giving it in just yet, and no points have been awarded.
I think if Salas works in between that shoulder, gets both arms underneath, I think she'll get the takedown awarded, but Lila's just there.
There it is. Got it.
Lila's got to work up now. Salas got an arm trapped underneath, which is good. You got to take away the legs of the table, keep them broken down. Looks like she's got a wing in looking for that far wrist. Lila's got to keep working on bottom, keep her head up, keep moving. Salas really wants to break her down, but Lila looks like she's
Nichols to her base, and there's a reversal.
Yeah, right into a half. Like I said before, chain wrestling is so important. She got that reversal. She kept that half and is driving and is about to near fall here.
Yep, Nichols almost getting the turn. Is she at 45 degrees? There it is. This is going to be tough, and I was about to say 24 seconds is a long time. She didn't need it. There's the stick with 23 seconds left to go in the first period.
Lila did a nice job, got taken down, didn't get worried, worked to that reversal right into the half and finished it off.
And again, after Salas came out and looked very aggressive, just losing leverage for the blink of an eye. I don't know if there's an underlying theme through all of the matches that we've seen so far in the early going here, Sean. Technical, is that maybe going a little bit too far? But again, technique makes a difference. We're seeing strength isn't always the best move in this sport.
Yeah, you can tell the difference between the girls who have wrestled a lot of matches and the ones who haven't had quite as many. As we move over here to Autumn Love from Fairview and Bella Laguerre from Elida, the more repetition you get, and if you're comfortable and confident in your moves, that's what you had there with Lila. She gets taken down, she doesn't get worried about it, she just goes through what she was taught, and had a nice reversal straight to the back for a pin.
Oh my! This one almost ended quickly, locking her into the headlock, and $1:38 left to go. Forget about it; it's over with just like that.
Barely even got enough time to get my eyes over to the mat.
Wow.
Nice job by Autumn Love there from Fairview.
Okay. So where do we move next?
You can
Stay on mat number 1.
You can tell we're moving through the tournament here quick because we've got 4 mats shut down. You know, this is a great venue with 8 mats, but 300 girls, you know, through junior high and high school. We're moving through it so quick. We had to shut down a few of the mats because all these wrestlers have to get that half an hour minimum time break. So
8 mats rolling and moving as quick as you possibly can imagine here. We're going to step off when we get through the front end here. We will keep our cameras up.
Chloe Rankin from Ayersville again wrestling Delia King from DeKalb. Like I said, getting these girls some exposure into Indiana and some Michigan, it's really nice for them to see some different things. And you'll see these teams with their boys teams here on Monday again.
And I think we're up a weight class here, bud. We're at 140.
Yep, 140. Chloe, the freshman, and Delia with a win over Farah from Clay in the first round, sophomore. You know, evenly matched records here. Looks like Delia has a few more matches in her. We'll see if that makes a difference. That's a key. The more match time you get, more time you get to wrestle. Those things you practice, you understand a little bit more. Delia looking for the headlock, certainly pushing her forward. Chloe doing a little bit more backing out. She gets a stall warning. She's got to get some forward pressure, some circling.
Just under a minute left to go, first period.
Got to work the offense that she wants to. Every time she moves backwards, the officials are watching that. You know, you can circle. You don't always have to be 100% pressing forward, but when you get to the edge of the mat, they're gonna warn you, keep the action going.
Levels look a little high right now, in your opinion?
Yeah, they were, certainly, and even that shot from the Calb, you know, she kind of just reached.
Yep.
Yeah, she didn't make that level change to get in there. But Chloe's still backing up, and you know, you might see another stalling call here even early in the match. Yep.
There it is. There. Oh, and a point just being awarded.
1 point, yeah.
Wow.
You know, you gotta hear the official, you know, yell those things and understand that even if he's not talking to you, he means you too. Keep working, keep moving forward, but a lot of times when you get those stallings, you know, you'll make a bad choice or something just to kind of move the action, and that's kind of what we saw there now with the Calb in control, 4-0.
8 seconds left to go, first period.
Kind of a desperation move there after that second stalling, you know, gave up a point and then a takedown.
Yep, so 4-0 our score at the end of 1. King from DeKalb, as Sean mentioned, a sophomore. Rankin from Ayersville, a freshman. A lot of youth in all these programs. We talked about it. 53 different programs being represented today. 29 varsity teams. Roughly 300 wrestlers, and they only expect this thing to get bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's what we see this year. Every girls tournament I've been to, you know, they add about 50 girls a year between all these programs. It's great.
Oh, King shot on a low single, and she's got her. There's the takedown.
Yeah, right into the half, it looks like. That maybe she's got that hand on top of her head or working to a wing or double wrist.
7-0.
Gonna look to turn her with those double wrists, but nope, threw the half up on top. Keeping that forward pressure.
Oh, she's turned her now.
Keeping the Ayersville girl on bottom, flattened out.
Points being awarded, and sticker. With a $122, if I can read that correctly.
In the second period.
Now, for those that might not be as familiar with girls wrestling as they are boys, should they be surprised that we're seeing so many falls here this afternoon?
You know, not being familiar, probably. We've seen a lot of it, and even at the state tournament, you see a lot more falls in the female wrestling, but every year there's less and less, which is the key. It means that all the wrestling is moving to a higher level. Right now you've got some distance between girls. You've got high-end wrestling females that have done it for a long time. Then you've got the newer, which is where you're seeing a lot more of these falls. But as they all get more experience, you'll see a lot more of the competition leveling out.
All right, 145, wrestling up the front side here on mat number 2. This is Kenzie, and Kenzie, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Aubie.
And Vivian King from Defiance. We saw Vivian in the first round, pretty aggressive. Kenzie came off a bye from the first round, so see if any of that extra rest helps her, but I don't know. Vivian is very physical, very aggressive, keeps pushing the pace forward.
Yep. It just kind of wears you down.
Yeah, Kenzie's got to work into the mat, kind of like what we saw in the last match. You know, you got to circle back in the mat. We got the rings on the mat. You want to stay in those inner circles, otherwise you're going to get hit with something. But
almost getting the headlock locked in here, and Maeku. That's nifty footwork, though, by Aubie. I'm going to call her Kenzie because we're convinced that's the proper pronunciation.
That one is absolutely correct. Work back in the center. Vivian had a nice shot on the leg. She's got to keep moving forward, get that elevated, got her get her head up. You know, she's using a lot of energy with her head stuffed underneath there. Kenzie's doing a nice job of battling, but I think she's going to get the takedown here. Right into the half.
And now she's going to work.
One of those keys, you know, a lot of these coaches will teach girls, take down straight into that turn. You know, if you can turn a 3-point move into a 7-point move, that makes a big difference. She's getting near fall now right there on the edge. Getting her hips turned, keeping the pressure on top, and that's it.
Yep. A winner by fall with
about 30 seconds.
30 seconds left to go.
Minute and a half match there. Doing a nice job of keeping pressure on.
Now on the mat right next door, on mat number 3, it's Williams, the freshman from Findlay, versus a Fairview wrestler. Williams was the one that beat George, the heavily favored Defiance youngster, in the opening round, and this freshman is looking strong. Up 6-1.
Yeah, you can see the physicality of her, just overwhelming the opponent there in those last few seconds.
As we wait next up on mat number 3, we're going to see Harley Salazar from Montpelier and Meg Ames from Archibald right now on the mat. And I stand corrected, this is not Williams, this is Danny McCrae from Findlay versus Fairview's Valerie Beals. And this is at 155, correct?
Yes, we've got McCrae, who's a sophomore, 8-3. And then Valerie, 9-2 freshman from Fairview. Like I said, their program's still relatively young. They've got some nice wrestlers, particularly in their upper weights. But another school that's familiar to having females on the team. They had some on the boys' team before, you know, girls became its own sport. So that really helps them, you know, if you have some of that experience beforehand. But it looks like McCrae's doing a nice job. He's going to sink that half in deep. Not
Beals.
much of a room for Beals to go.
And I was about to say, can she bridge for 90 seconds? The answer is no. Now we're going to stay on this mat. And up next, we're going to have Salazar from Montpelier and Meg Ames from Archibald.
At 170, Salazar had a first-round bye, senior with a 9-3 record, and Meg Ames from Archibald, a junior, 5-4, had a win over Bryan in the first round. So.
And again, at 170, we're going to see
looks like
stronger, more developed wrestlers.
Waiting on Salazar to come to the mat. Looks like Meg's there, ready to go. You know, these tournaments that move so quick, sometimes it's difficult to keep up. A lot of these people are following, you know, track wrestling or flow wrestling right now. You get a full gym and the Wi-Fi doesn't work quite as well, doesn't update as quickly. But yeah, waiting on Salazar to get here. Sure, we'll get an announcement here soon. Make sure the matches keep going, but you know, as quickly as we've been moving today, I think we're doing all right, even if there is a little bit.
We're barely over an hour into this, and we are through the bulk of it, at least the opening rounds, and that includes the backside too.
Yeah,
so.
and 170 on the females. We're 3 weights from the end of the second round for the high school girls. So. Really moving well. They've done a nice job. Jerry, as he always does, setting up the facility. Pat Murphy and Ray Romero, you know, really making sure this thing flows. Ray, as an official, knows we don't want downtime.
No.
You know, he's done it for quite a few years too. We don't want those pauses and breaks. And you know, the other nice thing I see a lot of the boys wrestlers working the tables of the tournament.
Yes.
Supporting the females, and they're doing a nice job. I haven't seen many officials go into the table, you know, to have to correct things. Always nice to have those kids there helping out.
So Salazar is here now. She gets her collar strapped around her ankle. We're getting ready to start. Harley Salazar versus Meg Ames. Montpelier versus Archbold.
Certainly a lot more pink in the uniforms than what you see in the boys' tournaments. On the shoes, you'll see some pink headgear, but it's great.
Just a fashion observation, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, forming its own identity, which is the key. You know, some of these programs, Archibald, for example, has had a great boys program for a long time. You know, under Brian Beecher before he left to be the superintendent at Ayersville, under Cody Roofer now. It's great to see that translate into the female wrestling, too, as Salazar gets a takedown here. Looks like she's the 3 seed, you know, pretty physical, stand pressure on top.
Boy, very strong base.
Absolutely. A lot of pressure on that head. As I mentioned earlier, the pressure on the head pays dividends later in the match. The more you push your head down, you know, the less energy you have. Got some very capable coaches in the corner, some products of the local area wrestling, passing it on to the next generation, which is always great to see.
Ames is down, Salazar covers. Action resumes here.
Got to work to break her down, get her flat.
And, ooh, not just an escape, but a great reversal.
Yeah, the key is you got to make sure you break them down and get them flat. If you're working from that base, there's just so much extra room. And you know Archibald's going to be well coached, as I said, between the boys and the girls program. A lot of experience, a lot of success. So you can't make those little mistakes like working from your base instead of breaking them down. Salazar working back in the leg, wants to return the favor with another reversal.
Now, is she trying to do too much there? Would she be better served just to break, get the escape, and get back to neutral?
I think that's what she's just figuring out here. You know, let go of that leg. Well, you're right.
Uh-oh, now she's in trouble.
Tried a little bit too much. Get away, get that point. You got a nice takedown early on. If you can work to your feet, get that 1 point, be up by 2. You had a very physical takedown to start the match. It doesn't look like you want to stick on the bottom as Ames is working that half and really prying. Looks like she's switching over to a butcher. Bundling those arms, pulling them around.
Does she have enough time? 9 seconds left to go in this first period.
That flexibility is really key, and Salazar needs to try and keep working up to her base. Might get some near fall here.
And clock runs out.
By the buzzer.
Well,
very close.
Ames showed some good technical prowess there after looking like she might be in a little bit of trouble early.
Yeah, I don't think Salazar is going to want to work from the bottom here.
No.
I think she's going to stay neutral or on top, as Ames did a very nice job of holding her down and keeping her broken down on the mat. So
Ames has Salazar's attention now. I just looked at her look over at her coaches, and it's on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, give her an extra second here to catch her breath. Oh, it looks like Salazar.
Are you serious?
With the rush to the mat, forgot to take her hairband off of her wrist.
Oh, my goodness.
Pointed out by the coach. You know, with the boys, you see a lot of times they don't have their headgear, their knee pads. But those hairbands is a key to the female wrestling.
Oh, my goodness. And that is a point that – now, wait a minute. What's the discussion here? Should that just be a warning instead of a point?
They gave a point to the wrong wrestler.
Okay, there we go.
Looks like maybe their colors are getting a little bit mixed up on the ankles. Like I said, there's a lot of pink around, which makes it difficult when you got red and green. But, you know, that pre-match discussion with the coaches and the wrestlers, you got to make sure you inform them. Keep those hairbands off your wrists, wristbands, whatever it may be, earrings out. There's a lot of things that, you know, we don't want to give out those type of points, but I think Salazar in a rush to the mat, you know, just mental lapse there, made it through the first period with it.
Salazar looks like maybe a fire has just been lit underneath her.
Yeah, she's got to get off her knees, though. She's not keeping much pressure, trying to work it, but got to break her down, get that pressure forward, a nice breakdown, see what she works on top. Looks like she wants to work a half.
Woo! Physical.
Absolutely.
Ames trying to get back to her base, and, man.
Really power halfing, pushing that head down. She's got to, like I said, keep her flat. Got to break her down onto her stomach. That way she has a little bit more pressure to run those moves. If you're running a half from up in that position.
And we got a potentially dangerous hold here.
I think we maybe had a full Nelson. I think she didn't switch her hands in time.
Oh, and there's another point.
Absolutely. You know, in Salazar's case right here, they may want to put her neutral, give her the escape, give her 1 point. She had that dominating takedown in the first period. You know, some of these mental errors, maybe getting her back on her feet might be a nice place to put her. Get a takedown, get those 3 points, and maybe even do it twice. You know, give yourself a little bit of a breathing room on those points. But that technical violation, that illegal hold back-to-back, She gets another one. That's a 2-point move then.
Well, and if you're Salazar, those are 2 cheapies, right?
Absolutely. You gave those away for mental errors, really call it.
Under a minute left to go in the second period.
Trying to work that power half. Break her down.
Ames trying to weather the storm here. She's taking a beating on the bottom, and yet here she's up by a point.
Absolutely. 30 seconds left in this period. It'll be interesting. Another full Nelson, it looked like. It's going to be a 2-point penalty there.
Wow.
Really, Salazar's got to go neutral here, absolutely. And I see the coach in the corner give you the neutral signal.
Yep.
Because she's to that 2-point penalty. The next one's a disqualification.
Yep.
The match is over if she has another mental error like that. Looks like she's going to go optional start.
Yep, and that's exactly what the coach is showing her. Let her up and then go after her. You got 31 seconds left to go in this period. A lot, as we've seen, can happen in less than that.
Yeah, you can tell that she's a little bit frustrated here, having a hard time understanding it. But that happens with those mental errors she's been making, and there it is. It's going to be a caution.
So much for the neutral start. She went to cover, and there's confusion right now.
Coach told her optional start.
Yep.
Looks like we have an injury time on green. Started the injury clock. Getting some discussion here.
Well, and again, you can see this, and it looks intense, but this is coaching right now. This is where wrestling's a different sport. While it's a team sport, you're out there individually. This is where you've got to coach yourself sometimes, clear your head. Salazar started this match so strong.
And they made the right decision. Wrestling made the rule change here a couple of years ago where you can just show the official that you want to go neutral.
Wow, and there's the strength that we saw to start it. Olympic headlock locked in, and Salazar isn't playing anymore.
Yeah, she might have been able to avoid some of that frustration had she gone neutral a little bit earlier like we were talking about in the period.
15 seconds. Can Ames bridge out of this?
Yep, there it is.
She cannot. What a roller coaster ride.
All those mental mistakes, and we mentioned it, you get back to neutral where you were dominant, and you can make that happen. I'm really glad the coaches, switched from that optional start to telling her, just go neutral. Just tell the official neutral, give up the point, let's get back to our offense.
Wow. Can you use that as a textbook if you are a coach and even a young wrestler there, how that match changed, 3 or 4 times before the second period even ended?
Yeah, I know he's given her, some inspiration here, making sure she understands, and maybe a lesson to him even a little bit, learning a little bit more about your wrestler on let's get neutral a little bit sooner. You're having some struggles on the mat, but if you can go feet to back and score those points, what a great opportunity.
2 things there, obviously. Keep your head.
Yeah.
But then do what you need to do to put yourself in the best position to score. Both those things happen, and next thing you know, it's a fault.
Yeah, she was one mental error away from losing that match, and instead she goes neutral, goes feet to back, and secures the pin. So great way to keep your head in the match as we move on here to
we stay on mat 3. This is Elise Cunningham from Findlay and Martina Ebaugh from Napoleon.
Yeah. It's amazing that momentum shift here. Now we've got 2 girls feeling each other out in the first period, working in that collar tie, trying to get their inside control.
This is still 170. Yep. We stay at 170 pounds.
Martina looks like she's probably the 2 seed as a sophomore, 8-2. Both of them having buys in the first round, so, still fresh, but it's like we got an early stall warning on Elise here from Findlay. I don't know if she's blocking or if it's just the circling away. Sometimes, you get these deep collar ties and you get girls who do some blocking. Stop your opponent's advantage and trying sorry about that. Trying to get a little bit more aggressive.
The wrestling is so emotional, ladies and gentlemen. Sean needed to get a little verklempt.
Yeah.
So again, bulk of the first period in the books here, and the action remains high, levels remain high, a lot of working on the inside.
Great crowd in the stands, layering this upper level, everybody standing around watching, supporting the female wrestling. That's what wrestling needs as a whole.
Yeah, Coach Murphy told me they were expecting anywhere from 300 to 500 fans in the stands here today.
Yeah, it's good to see everybody supporting and coming out to watch this growing sport.
Zeros on the board. First period is in the books. No score between the Cunningham of Findlay and Ebaugh from Napoleon. And who's going to start down? It looks like it will be Ebaugh.
Ebaugh's going down right away. After a 0-0 first period, if you think it's going to be a close match, you want to score those points first. That's a key to a lot of the wrestling is you want to be the first one on the scoreboard. Not only does it help you if you get into an overtime situation, but also the mental edge of being up. That's a key to the wrestling as well. Tripoding up and getting that wrist control, as we mentioned.
Exactly what I was going to say. Where do you go from there? Because we've seen this so often, wrestlers to their base, then even to their feet, and then just like Eba, they're back down again.
On the ground, and look at that, the escape.
There's the escape. So what's the key there? Because we're seeing, especially at this level, youngsters, even more advanced wrestlers, they reach a certain level, but they can't break what you talked about, wrist control, hand control, to get the separation for the escape.
You know, it's amazing, the sport of wrestling, no matter how high the level, the important pieces of wrist control, hand control, and a lot of it is a patience game, a balance game, and then making sure you put yourself in the position that you can put pressure in the right spot. E-ball up 1-0 now. You know, had a stall warning on the Finley girl in the first period. It really puts her in the driver's seat to work on what she wants.
Nice shoot there on the single.
Yeah,
she can't do anything with it.
Single, underhook to a snatch single. You see that in a lot of the upper weight wrestling. You know, a little bit more cautious about getting caught underneath, but if you can work to the side with an underhook and snatch the single, keep yourself in a lot safer position. But the other thing she's doing is, you know, showing the official she should work it.
Yes.
Up 1-0 with a stall warning against Finley.
You got to do more than look busy.
And just as I say that, we get another stall warning on Finley and another point for Martina there. Just, you know, the Finley wrestler just not showing a whole lot of offense, but Martina's got a near side cradle locked up.
Yep.
She's got to keep circling and drive straight across. She's got that head in the side. Just secure the takedown. You know, I'm sure the coaches were yelling that. You're fighting great.
Good example there of not trying to do too much, right?
But she changed it right into a half, and she's got her stuff.
And Cunningham is done. 17 seconds left to go in the second period. Eba moving on up the front side of the bracket. All right, where are we headed next? We're going over one to mat number 2. This is going to be Natalie Winans from Findlay and Dylan Ankeny from Fairview. We saw Ankeny a little earlier.
And Dylan Ankeny from Fairview is one of those experienced Fairview female wrestlers I was telling you about. I've seen her wrestling through junior high, you know, now onto the high school level. She's actually won a couple big matches so far this year. I think we're going to be all the way up here to 235. So as a freshman, 11-1. Had a nice win last week, or 2 weeks ago, I think it was, over the Patrick Henry heavyweight, who was a state qualifier last year. You know, I think they've gone back and forth, but really a nice job by Fairview having, you know, girls who are sticking with the program and understanding it. Winans here from Findlay, no slouch either, 6-3 junior. So it looks like we've got a tight match. Findlay's maybe up by a point here in the second period. Might be 2 points here if she gets away. Got the escape. We'll see what Ankeny looks to do on offense. Not afraid to take a shot, which is a key for the upper weights, but she's stuck underneath. One of her keys that she got to keep moving. She's got 2 hands on that leg. The last thing she wants to do is be stuck underneath. You know, as that weight pushes down on you, you're burning energy, and it looks like Winans is going to get a takedown.
She's about to, coming over, and the official now signals the reversal.
Natalie with a nice job. I guess he didn't award the escape. He must have kept the action there. So,
did I not see the point being awarded there, the move being awarded? There it is. Now they put it up 8.
Yep. Little confusion. I thought that she had an escape, but it looks like he signaled a reversal.
Yep.
So he must have felt that there was still enough control to be exhibited there. Winans working right now on that butcher. She's got that arm underneath, 2 arms on it, sucked under, working around, gonna get some near fall.
And the arm moving by the official, not just back points. Winans wants to finish it.
Yeah, trying to get her weight back, put pressure on that near shoulder. Ankeny's going to fight, though. Oh, there it is.
And there it is, the fall with 24 seconds left to go in the second period.
A lot of pressure on top, very difficult to get out of. Natalie from Findlay did a very nice job finishing that match.
So we are moving to mat number 2.
That's the one we just had. I think we're going to be...
check that. We were on 2, excuse me.
So that was the 235. So I think we're through
we're
round
done
2 here for the high school.
So what we're going to do is take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll try and put a little bit of a capsule commentary together. Then everybody is going to catch their breath. They'll be wrestling up the backside for the consolations. But we anticipate the championships to be somewhere... I'm looking right now. We are at 11:30, probably about 2 hours between 1:30. This is moving incredibly fast, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're going to do is catch our breath. and hear from our great sponsors helping make this broadcast a possibility. We are back with more of the inaugural Battle at the Fort from the Dog Pound, Defiance High School, right after this on DCTV Sports.
Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding, 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com. Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 19... Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1940.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit SuperiorCU.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com.
At Arthur Law Firm, we understand how overwhelming life can be after being seriously injured in a car accident. With over 50 years of experience, Arthur Law Firm has a track record of getting the results you deserve. When you don't know where to turn, get answers with Arthur.
For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org.
And we welcome you back to the Dog Pound. Brent Balbinot alongside Sean Mack. My goodness, we are barely at 90 minutes into the inaugural Battle at the Fort, the girls wrestling tournament that precedes now the Border War. One-day tournament, but my goodness, talk about a quick moving tempo. This hasn't been a marathon, it's been a sprint. We've seen some tremendous wrestling. We're kind of putting a nice, we'll use the home school's colors, blue and white bow on the opening rounds here. What we've got on the mats and what you will see without our announcing crew will be uninterrupted. We'll just have a couple of static cams out that will have both halves of the mats. Really, they're only wrestling on 4 of the 8 mats right now. The remainder of the consolation rounds, or the backside. And then we expect to be on the air probably around 1 o'clock, maybe between 1 and 1:30 for the championships. But Sean, what sticks out to you more, though? What sticks out to you more, through the opening rounds right now?
First of all, what a great facility we have.
Yes.
You know, the only reason this thing is moving as quick as we are here is they've done a nice job of setting it up and keeping things moving. But the wrestling just, never ceases to amaze me how it keeps improving and how that more physical wrestler, the one that keeps their head, is coming out on top a lot here.
Well, and sometimes, and every coach I talk to, and I don't care what the sport is, football, basketball, swimming, wrestling, every coach that I talk to says, I would rather have an athlete make an aggressive mistake than a passive one. Because if you're making a passive mistake, you're allowing yourself to be beat rather than trying to win. Now, you would rather reel a kid back than to have to drag them forward, wouldn't you?
And we've seen that today even in some matches. Mental mistakes, just not being physical, doing what you need to do to win the matches. And it's amazing you can live through those mental mistakes, but the important thing is how you learn and get better from it. And we've seen a lot of people come back and win matches that they were on the brink of failure, getting pinned, losing by disqualification, just because they got that head settled.
Well, that Salazar-Ames match really comes to mind. Salazar came out and was just absolutely dominant in the early going, then a couple, actually 3 or 4 mental mistakes. Ames, to use again a football analogy, punched her in the mouth, got her attention, and then when she cleared her head, the coaches figured out, okay, this is now your approach. It was over within the blink of an eye and a fall. Is that basically kind of a blueprint for any athlete, but especially one that you talk about, stay aggressive. Even if you make a few mistakes, next thing you know, you look up at the scoreboard, you're down, you have the ability to change things in the snap of a fingers.
Yeah, and remember there's 3 periods.
Yes.
You get 3 2-minute periods, and first period, especially in that match, Salazar does a nice job. Second period, she has some issues. Just you got to make sure you keep your composure and settle in, and really, as I've mentioned a couple times, work what you want to work. Don't put yourself in a position where you're trying things when you know what your strengths are.
Well, again, Salazar is going to be one that we'll be keeping an eye on the front end of the bracket at 170. I'm really going to be keeping an eye at 145 for King Maeku from Defiance. She was dominant through her first couple of matches. We're seeing the cream start to separate itself from the rest of the crop in the afternoon. As good as the first couple rounds were, should really pick up.
Yeah, and you'll see a couple Defiance girls really do a nice job. Isabel Jordan, we'll see her come back around in the semifinals, and I don't expect to see anything but that dominant pressure match that we saw in those other ones from her today.
So what we're going to do is step out. We're going to keep our cameras going, but we're taking our announcing crew off the mics right now, as what you're seeing is the backside of the bracket, not just the varsity, but the middle school. They deserve some credit too. So we will keep our cameras up. You will see all the action that is happening through the last of the opening rounds here, and we anticipate being back on the microphone somewhere around 1 o'clock for the championships to finish up the front side of the bracket. Sean, appreciate you throwing on the headset. Great job, and we will see you, I guess, next week, correct?
Absolutely. I'll be back for some Border Wars action as well.
He can't wait. Moving to the edge of his seat. We'll see you in about 48 hours. We're going to step out. You will continue to see the action on our static cams, but without the announcing crew, and we anticipate throwing on the headsets again here in about 90 minutes to 2 hours. Until then, enjoy the remainder of the opening rounds.
Have your attention, please. I need Jessica Clark for the head table. Jessica Clark for the head table, please. Archibald goes to mat 4. Archibald goes to mat 4.
There we go. Whoa, that is really high. Let's bring this down. All right, talk, sir.
Testing. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Fantastic. Okay. Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2. Yes, I can. Excellent. Are we live? Hey, everybody, we're live. How you doing? This is what we call live broadcasting. Brent Balmanon alongside Sean Mack as they are finishing up the middle school portion of the opening round of the, I keep saying inaugural, but it is. It's the first annual, the inaugural Battle at the Fort. We will be back here on Monday. I think that one gets underway at 9:30 instead of 10 for the two-day tournament that is known as the Border War. You talk about numbers expected for the boys tournament. This one, 53 different teams, 29 varsity, and over 300 athletes participating. And when we hit Monday, how about 55 to 60 teams, nearly 600 wrestlers, 200 coaches, and an expected 1,200 fans in the Dog Pound.
It is a packed house every year.
Standing room only. You don't need a coat because this place becomes a sauna.
It does. Make sure you get here early, find your spot along the fence. Best views in the house. Or get your officiating license. An even better view. Stand down at the front row seat, all the action.
And they get pizza.
They do. They get pizza. They've got their own separate room, which is great. You got to take care of those guys. These are long days for these guys. We had one back in the break room say, "Yeah, if you want the pizza, just feel free to get licensed and come out and get yelled at." And
now we want to make sure everybody understands the pizza is not in lieu of pay.
No,
you get both.
Absolutely,
it's like the cherry on the top of a sundae.
Yeah, Defiance takes very good care of their officials and everybody here.
All right, in all seriousness, before we get set for the semifinals and eventually the championships here this afternoon, you and I were talking about this before we hit the air early this morning. I was having a conversation with Tim Street from the Ohio Athletic Association, High School Athletic Association. This was probably 2 years ago. It's not just any one sport. It is across the board. He didn't push the panic button, but he said there is an officials shortage right now. And he goes, name your sport. If you are interested in giving back, there is room for you. But he also said, in another decade, maybe even a few years shy of that, 7 or 8, there is going to be just a drought of officials. He goes, you're going to see schools, no matter what the sport, fall, winter, or spring, that won't be able to compete on the nights that they're usually scheduled, because we're going to have officials scheduled, say, on a Friday night here. Mm-hmm. You have an event scheduled on a Friday night where you're going to have to make that Saturday afternoon. As an official yourself, can you just talk about, number one, what it takes to get involved, but number two, how rewarding it can be to give back to the sport?
Yeah, the process, the state has made it pretty simple now. It's all online. You log in through MyOHSAA, through Dragonfly. You're taking an online course, online test, but the key to that is making sure you get connected with an association, some experienced officials to help mentor you. That's one of the keys, but it is very gratifying. I've seen kids over my 11 years of officiating who are now coming back and coaching. It's great to see them giving it back to the sport too. But the density of it, we just started female wrestling 3 years ago. That's an entire another sport with the same amount of officials. Some of these guys are here today, Saturday. A few of them, I bet you, are going to be officiating tomorrow on Sunday at Tenora. Then we got Monday, Tuesday back here. These guys might be 4 days in a row on the mats, and that's a lot of work, a lot of up and down. I joke with my other official friends in different sports. Man, are we physical here? Lots of movement, lots of up and down. You're not standing watching like a track official maybe. You're moving.
Zing.
I make that joke because I'm a track official as well.
A little self-deprecating humor. You're looking at mat number 1 right now. These are the consolations as we have got Alexandra Goins from Bryan taking on Kelsey Grieve from Wapakoneta. And $127 actually in the second period. I was looking at the wrong scoreboard. And right now is at 10-1, it looks like our score.
Getting ready to get into those championship semifinal matches. Should be a lot of excitement. Looks like maybe, after this match, we've got Isabel Jordan coming up from Defiance. She might have a nice match here. Looks like the girl she's wrestling from Yale, I think, has a pretty solid record as well.
Yep.
So when we get to that, Murray is an 11-2 sophomore, so we saw her kind of dominate through those first 2 rounds. We'll see if somebody can give her a little bit of a competition. It'll be great to see.
10-2 after the escape right now. That's actually 16-2, excuse me. You know what? I should have brought Binocs. I normally, after football season, put them away, but
I made my joke to Josh when I got here. The entire drive up, I thought, Sean, bring your glasses in. And sure enough, I forgot to bring my glasses in. So
Jeff Tackett offered me his glasses, and if his eyesight is bad enough that it is equal to high-powered binoculars, then I would say no night driving, sir. 16-2, as you can see the final 40 seconds tick off the second period clock.
Looks like she's going to look for one more takedown, and one more takedown will do
ball.
it. Yep. Coach has told her to let her up. Got a 13-point differential right now, so that takedown.
Here we go.
Walpock. Yep,
and there it is.
Doug Cootsley there. Nice job on the match. Football official. Seen him out running up and down the sidelines all winter. Great guy to be around. Does a nice job.
Belly full of pizza.
I'm
showing
sure
no
he
ill
does.
effects of it.
I am sure he has a belly full of pizza right now.
Doug, I don't know you, but I say that with all peace and love, sir.
Yep.
Peace and love.
We got Isabel Jordan up now, senior from Defiance, and Murray from Yale. Like I said,
So here's
both
your
of them just
semi.
a couple losses. Might be a nice matchup here. We'll see if Isabel continues that heavy pressure she had in those first 2 rounds. She certainly does. Starts off working the head, not afraid to get out on a shot.
This is at 125.
Yep, she's in deep right now. Murray from Yale's got an underhook. Looking for that trip. Isabel, nice scramble.
Wow.
Finishes on top. Doesn't stop her feet, doesn't stop moving. That's a key for her. In a bad position there for a second, but scrambled out.
She's trying to bar that arm up.
Yeah, looks like she's trying to.
Getting verklempt at the technique from Jordan. Trying to turn her. They're still on the edge of the mat. Nice job to keep her in bounds, too.
Yeah.
She's doing multiple things there right now.
Absolutely. She's working to circle her in. Got a stalling call on bottom, kind of balling up, but Izzy's working on that half, really cranking on her shoulder, trying to get those near fall. Look at that position.
The arm isn't moving yet for the
amazing.
official.
The flexibility, getting teed up. She's got plenty of time
There it is.
Plenty of time to settle in.
With, I believe it was 24 seconds.
Looks like
54.
Yeah, minute 6 in the semifinals.
Okay. So, Isabella Jordan, local product, making good. What was the fall time there? You said 54 seconds
It was a
left?
minute 6 for the fall.
Okay, so she will wrestle for a championship at $125 a little bit later on this afternoon. Up next, mat number 1. Hey, good that we get to keep it here. The bottom half of this bracket at $125. It's going to be Peyton Geiner from Bryan and Abby Allig from Coldwater.
We saw Abby win first round against Maddie Ankney from Ayersville.
Geiner had, I was going to say, I think that was the match where I said just a good technical win.
Yeah. She's getting into a cradle position, forcing the pressure through.
There's the takedown.
And then chain wrestling right to that half. Geiner goes straight in to try and earn some more points. Got to get her broken back down. Swing the gate, pull her across her hips.
Trying to break the wrist, looking for the escape. Hasn't done so yet.
Continues to fight.
One of the things that I'm noticing here with Geiner, and so often, especially with younger wrestlers, you see them make a move, and then once they either get it or they don't, it's like they stop. They aren't thinking ahead. If this happens, what am I doing next? You talk about chain wrestling. Geiner seems to have a plan, and she moves no matter whether she's successful with it or not.
Yeah, that's the key is having that next move, and typically it's 2 moves. If I do this and it doesn't work, what can I go to from that?
Yep.
That's one of the keys, and that's all about repetition and practice in matches. But, every situation you should be in, you should have 2 moves in mind. If one works, great. If not, you got the other one. Allig is looking like she's trying to lock up a cradle. She's not
almost
in control.
did, and then rolling out of it, and look at this.
Yeah.
Geiner, is she getting the 2 points yet?
She's still got control. I don't think she ever lost control. Alig locked up that cradle, but wasn't in control in the situation. Now she gives up a reversal.
There it is. So things just got a little tighter. Make it 3-2.
Yeah, lots of scrambling. Alig right back to that far side cradle she tried locking up when she was on bottom. Having some success there.
Final 4 seconds of the first period ticking down. And that will do it. All right, we've got ourselves a very tight matchup here in the other semifinal at $1.25.
Yeah, it looked like Greiner was having some success there, but Alig did not give up. And, you know, like I've said a couple times, she's working what she knows. She wants to do what she has practiced and what she's planned for, and she's really making that happen.
So Alig will be down. Geiner up top. Geiner spent a lot of energy in the last 90 seconds.
Absolutely. That top and bottom, you know, you see the wrestling on the feet. Typically, until you get in on a leg, there's not as much energy expended. But when you're on the mat, you're constantly moving top or bottom. And it takes a lot of energy no matter which position you're in.
Boy, this is a windmill and a tornado right now. Who's going to get the upper hand?
Yeah, Greiner's doing a good job of keeping that leg.
Yep.
Staying in good position, driving forward. She's going to try and suck those arms and maybe go straight to her back for a cheap couple points here.
And
didn't get the near fall, but she's got her broken down, got the arm on her back. Little arm bar situation.
Can't quite turn her yet.
Probably working to a tricep. Maybe that butcher, see if we can get some quick back points. Switches it to a half, getting the near fall.
There it is. Arm
there
moving. Now, oh my goodness, Alig's got a bridge, and bridge for over a minute.
Geiner's got a nice job, deep elbow underneath her head. She's got to lift it up, but plenty of time, as we said. Make small adjustments. You're in a good position. She needs to get on her toes and get a little bit more pressure.
Geiner's got the back points. Will she get the fall?
When you're down on your hips or your knees, you just don't have the same amount of pressure. You really want to use that leverage to lift the head.
There it is.
There she gets it.
Wow.
Readjusts, lifts the head.
Well,
nice finish.
We talked about her, basically her technical prowess, and she made us look like a genius. That was a well-wrestled match.
Absolutely, and Alig from Coldwater did a nice job fighting. You know, just got caught there in a tough position, hard to work out of.
Did you see the time? Is it? Nope, they put a new one up there. A winner by fall, Peyton Geiner. I'm not quite sure. We'll get the official time in just a minute, but that shapes up to be a really good final.
Yeah, absolutely, and I expect as he stood off the mat there and watched a little bit, make sure she knew what she was coming up against the next match. One of the nice things about having your opponent on deck is you get to sit back and drink a little water and watch and see what they do.
So this is going to be about 2:24, and it's going to be mat number 5. So down here in the corner, as we are looking at Ilaria Salas and Trinity Johnson from Patrick Henry. What weight class are we looking at here? Flip back one. Yep. Instead of moving up the ladder, let's move back one.
Consolation round 3.
Oh, this is a console.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. And this is over on mat 5, so taking a look at it here. And this is at $1.30. Right now, 6-1 with Johnson leading. Just over a minute left to go in the second period. Salas has just tightened things up a little bit here, make it 6-4. And she's going to work on top.
Yeah, Defiance does a nice job of that. Chain wrestling right into that pressure on the head with those halves. They've been coached well on the basics. And that's really one of the keys. You know, a lot of young wrestlers want to see the exciting moves. We talk about the headlocks, throws, things like that. But, you know, you'll learn. And I had a great conversation with an Archibald coach here a week or two ago. You know, their kids learn 6-7 moves by the time they're in junior high, and that's it, because that's all you need. The high-level moves, the extras, they aren't needed all the time. Might be exciting, but, you know, halves and cradles get the job done.
At that introductory level, you want to build the foundation for the JV and the varsity coaches then to build on top of, correct?
Absolutely.
If you got to teach a junior or even a senior the basics, something's not right in your feeder system.
Well, even when you get into the high level, looking at, you know, Ohio wrestlers now at Penn State, Marcus Blaze, I mean, snap spin is one of his keys, and Bo Bassett, you know, wrestling nationwide. A lot of snap spins, you know, just basic things kids learn early in their career. if you work on those fundamentals, you can use those transcendent no matter where you're at.
You got a warning there.
End of the period.
Okay. Boy, both wrestlers gassed.
Absolutely.
Look at Salisbury. She spent a lot of time and effort to pull back to within a couple points.
We talk about everything moving quick for us, but these girls are having, these are their third, fourth matches of the day, really working hard, half hour, 40 minutes in between each match. It's starting to wear on them a little bit.
You are asking a lot of your body, especially this deep into a tournament.
Yeah. If you don't have the right nutrition with you, if you don't have the snacks, concessions aren't the best thing for wrestlers.
No pizza.
You don't want to go out and get the pizza. You don't want the, on occasion I see Eric's ice cream around here at Defiance. Those aren't the things you want in between matches. Got to make sure you get the high energy snacks.
Sure. Well, for broadcasters, Eric's, I have yet to go to Eric's, but if you're giving it the thumbs up come the spring, I'll give it a try.
Absolutely. I would absolutely recommend it. I'm a big butter pecan guy, and their hard ice cream butter pecan is the best.
You're trying to pitch for multiple businesses now, aren't you?
I just am looking for an NIL sponsorship of some sort.
And you don't have to cut weight, so it doesn't matter.
Nope.
All right, we're underway here, period number 3 in a tight match. Final 2 minutes. Who's got more in the tank?
It's absolutely it now. It's about their heart and, who's trained harder and practiced harder in a tight match like this. Looks like Trinity's on top with that deep half.
You can see, I don't want to say exhaustion or fatigue, but you can see the wear not quite as sharp as we saw for the first 2 minutes. So here's the question. Can you ride 2 minutes for Johnson? And the answer just became no.
Looks like we got an escape, a loss of control there. Maybe a mental mistake there by Trinity. Maybe she thought she was out of bounds. Not sure what happened there. She's still down a little bit.
So make it 6-5, and at this point with $1.07 left, it's sauce for the goose, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's great for Salas in the mental aspect. You're down, by a point here with short time left in the match, but you just got that escape, and your opponent not only is tired, but getting that shoulder rubbed a little bit. So I'm guessing Coach Zolman over there is telling her, this is about heart. This is about pushing what you want.
This is the neck up right now. And again, not to name drop, but I attended a wrestling clinic several years ago with the great Dan Gable. And he made a comment and I'm seeing grown men taking notes furiously, not just the wrestlers. But he said, most of us, and I don't care if you're a wrestler, if you're in business, we operate at a fraction of what our potential is. And he goes, and I'm not talking physical. He goes, remember this if you don't remember anything else. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking of it. I'm a grown man. He goes, if your mind doesn't give out, your body won't give out. He says your body follows where your mind takes it.
Absolutely. Down here with short time left in the match, 1 point, both of them a little bit of a breather.
This is mental right now for the final minute 7, isn't it?
I expect Ilaria here to get offensive, though, get after it. She maybe has a little bit of the momentum. Trinity's coming out nice, though.
Yep.
Maybe that little bit of a breather got her mind settled. And
second win for both. The levels look better here.
Absolutely. That little bit of a breather, I think, was well-timed for each of them. About 45 seconds left in the match.
Now, if you're Salas, at what point do you have to get aggressive here?
Right now she should be working her angles and fake shots at a minimum, trying to get them to move her feet. Right now she's kind of letting Trinity circle, not really have to, do a whole lot. But here we're down to 30. She's going to really need to be aggressive here and get after taking something. I can see Coach Zolman standing in the corner yelling, you got to get after
There we go. There's a shot. And a nice job by Johnson defending. Oh, look out.
Nice scramble. Not quite. There you go.
There it is.
Finish. Scramble through. Trinity sat back and kind of waited, and maybe, she should have got after it a little bit as well. Add those 3 points for yourself, and really, you're in good shape.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, in the final 12 seconds of the match, Salas makes the move, and it's going to give her the victory.
Yeah, nice 8-6 decision. Like we said, at that point, that's all heart and mind. That's all it is your brain telling you can still go, making sure you push through. Great job.
Boy, and as we were sitting here watching the seconds tick down, you're saying, now's the time to move, now's the time to move. But you also have to be strategic at it, too. You can't go willy-nilly, can you?
She didn't have very many seconds left to make that attempt, but she did a great job of getting in deep, making sure she kept her composure even on that roll-through.
So let's go to about 226, and this is the young lady from Findlay, Rajay Williams, who we saw I guess you can't call it an upset now over George, the senior for Defiance in the very first match, but she's going against Caitlin Bauer here. This is at $135. And remember, folks, Williams is just a freshman.
Yeah, this, nice first round match. Even coming in, had a 2-4 record, but has really stood up to the more experienced wrestlers. And Kaylin here will give her a nice matchup. Got a lot of matches in, junior, nice record. So it'll be an interesting to watch to see if that freshman and her physicality, continues in this match.
Right now, feeling each other out. I think you got two physical-looking wrestlers in the circle right now. This one could be interesting.
I don't think either one of them is afraid to, get in there and bang on their head and be aggressive. Looks like Kaylin's looking for that headlock here. Shouldn't have gotten her hips up. That's not a good place to be.
And there's the takedown.
Yeah, some near fall as well.
Williams working in an Olympic headlock here, trying to turn her. Oh, and she just rolled over.
That's not a good place.
Played right into Williams' hands.
Really got to try and work that arm through, but I don't know if she's got a whole lot of space to do it. Williams got a good job doing pressure. Rolls out.
Wow. Flexible.
Yeah. Well, keeping your mind in there, too. I mean, that's a tough place to be in. It's like Bauer needs maybe an inhaler, some injury time here. She was very quick in that injury time call.
She's coming over, and she's shaking the inhaler. Take care of yourself, young lady. 7-0 though with that flurry for Williams.
Nice job fighting out, trying to get reset here, mentally resetting yourself.
You see the coaching taking place in both corners. So let me ask you this, and I've had this talk with multiple people, both coaches, wrestlers. You've got 1 million people yelling at you, family from the stands. Obviously there's multiple mats taking place here, so there's tons of action, extra background noise if you want. If you're out on that mat, what are you actually hearing?
It depends. It's different for every person. You do it long enough and you can tune in to the frequency of what
your coach
sounds like. If you do it long enough, you don't hear any of it. I mean, you get to a point in your career where you know what the right decision is. You know what you're trying to do. Maybe over on breaks you're taking a peek in the corner, but really it's more what you're talking about to yourself in your head right now. What am I doing next?
Bauer tries to roll through it here, and did she get the point for the escape?
Yes.
So she's on the board. And it's still down by 6.
And actually, it goes the same way for the officials. These officials are hearing noises from everywhere as well. But experienced guys out here, you're going to hear very little of it. Coaches ask me all the time, did you hear me hollering at you?
The answer is nope.
I didn't.
Unlike other sports where you can call a timeout, wrestling's a little different. Actually, very different in that regard.
It is. The closest thing we have to it, my nephew got his favorite Christmas shirt was the only sport with blood time. It's an injury or blood is all that you're really stopping the match for. If not, it's 6 minutes of constant action. It's a great test of your will and determination. Bauer's looking for some elbow rolls maybe. Trying to hip over the top.
Boy.
This is a 50-50 thing here.
I was going to say, who's got the leverage here? And Williams looks like,
Williams got to keep her hips down to the mat. That's one of the keys, especially for newer wrestlers to understand. Your hips got to point to the mat. If you're turning them up, you don't have great pressure. You don't have great stability. Keeping that, there you go.
Bauer just turned her.
Yep. Right to her back, getting some near fall reversal.
Williams in a world of hurt, and she can't get her legs underneath her. Bauer trying to finish her off.
As we've said many times, there's plenty of time here. Bowers needs to just take her time and move a little bit at a time, continue to improve her position.
Well, both wrestlers look gassed,
don't they? I'm sure coach is yelling, get underneath her head and lift her head. That head is a nice post for him, but if you can scoop the head, that's where you get a lot of your pressure.
Williams trying to roll out of it. Bauer realizing
over to a half.
Seconds ticking down. Can she finish her off?
She really needs to kind of work back and get chest to chest. She doesn't have that pressure down to lift her head or to really push that pinning area to the mat. She's in a decent place with the legs in.
Boy, this is close. Can you put a piece of paper between Williams' shoulder blade and the mat right now? And if Williams can hang on, as we're seeing 30 seconds still left in the period.
Bauer resettling in there. She's in a much better position with her hips on top.
There it is. Wow. Kaylin Bauer And a good show of sportsmanship to help Williams up. There's where maybe a little bit more experience on Bauer's side paid dividends.
Yeah, absolutely. She never got frustrated in there. You know, some weird things, getting her hips high, but she knew what she wanted, and she ended up in the place that she wanted to be. So really good finish for her.
Bauer moves through to the championship. It'll be Love or Schinover as we are up next on mat number 5. This is going to be a consolation round matchup between Defiance's Paulina George and Elida's Bella Laguerre.
Tell you what, we talked about it a little bit ago, the style in differences between men's and women's wrestling. Elida, they've really taken the women's wrestling warm-ups and uniforms. Their coaches have these orange, black, and white jumpsuits that you just do not see anywhere else. But
they're styling.
And you can tell they just have a passion for the sport.
Sure.
Looks like Paulina's doing a nice job getting a takedown, chaining right into that half that she wants to work. WBL rivals, I'm sure they'll meet again.
Well, and again, you lose that opening match, and you've got one of two ways to go, okay? You can either make it a quick day and fold like a house of cards, or you can basically level up and finish as high as third. And right now, both these wrestlers trying to do just that. As we are getting close to the end of the first period.
Nice job finishing on top by Paulina, making Bella from Elida really work, burn some of that energy. Looks like they're going to go neutral to start the second period. Paulina really liked that takedown in the first period, and right after it with a shot again. Got two hands on it, driving up.
Oh, nice move. That was brute strength.
Absolutely. Finished it just the way the coaches taught her to.
Now you go to work from the top, right? You're not satisfied now.
No, right into the half. She's trying to keep pressure on the head, keep the head down. On Elida's side, she needs to work her head up, start working her body up, because the more you sit underneath there, the more energy you're losing. Paulina kind of going to the front. I don't know if she was looking for a cow catcher maybe, trying to get an underhook on the arm and turn her, but working back around. Coach is probably saying, stay underneath her arms, quit getting around out front.
And at what point, if you play turtle for too long on the bottom, does the official think about sounding that whistle?
I bet you Brian Seiler there has got his clock going off
Getting
in his
close.
head right now. He's counting because, you know, one of the main key indicators I mentioned is her head's down. If you keep your head down and you're balled up, that top wrestler keeps jumping back and forth. You know, the only thing that he could be thinking other than she's stalling is maybe she's getting overpowered. We do give a little bit of leniency if you think you're getting overpowered, but I don't know that I feel that's the case
No.
here. I feel like she's tired. She's keeping her head down, trying to keep things close. Got a butcher locked up. Oh, and she rolls right through.
That was close.
Sometimes it pays to take your time.
Uh-oh.
Yep, she's still in control. Nice little scramble there. You get that butcher, you got to take your time and really get it sunk in deep. You got plenty of time to work around the head. Running low, but you're up on the score.
Laguerre rolls through this one, and the final seconds of the first period about to tick down.
Stay behind her, stay on top in power, push her head down a little bit, make her a little bit more tired here.
And there we go. First period in the books.
We're heading to the third here with
Pardon me,
Elida's
second,
choice.
excuse me.
Elida choosing top, as I mentioned earlier. You see a lot more of that here in the girls wrestling. A lot more people choosing top, wanting to be in the power position. And in this case, she's down 6-0. She really wants to score those points, try and get her turn. She hasn't had an opportunity to be on top. Starting with an optional start. She must be looking to crash or maybe run around front to a cow catcher. She chose top and then she's optional. So she wanted to crash to something. Paulina did a really nice job of not, turning in or opening herself up.
Has she cleared here? Yes, she has.
Reversal straight to the back. And you can certainly tell that Bella's getting tired here. Those first couple times she was getting close to her back, it was quick movements rolling through. But she's down there kind of balled up and a little bit more sluggish at this point.
Down 6-0.
Yep, there we go. We were just talking about
stalling, a warning.
When you ball up there, the official's got a clock in his head saying, okay, your elbows are in. I'll give you a second or two to regroup, but you got to do something beyond that. Looks like he's waving off. Locking hands on Defiance. One of those little mental things, you know, you're getting late in the match here, tired, but you're still in a really good spot, up 8-1 now with that penalty.
Just over a minute left to go. So here's the question. We've seen this multiple times today. If you're George, obviously you want to stay aggressive, but you don't need to get careless. At the same time, if you're Laguerre, I don't want to say caution to the wind, but first you got to clear here.
Yep.
So what's the strategy between both wrestlers right now?
Yeah, right now, you know, I don't want to say that Paulina can relax a little bit because you never can relax, but, you know, make sure you're working good stuff and not just, you know, throwing things at it.
Getting complacent.
At this point right now, even, you know, she's had 2 nice takedowns, and escape wouldn't be terrible, but while we say that, she puts her right to her back and gets
she
the
ends
fall.
it early.
Yeah.
Wow. So Paulina George with the victory in the consolations here. Looked pretty strong from beginning to end in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the day taking a little bit of a toll on their bodies, getting a little bit more tired, but had that gas a little bit in the tank left there for the end.
So up next, I think we're moving to mat number 1, if I'm not mistaken, as this is going to be bout 234. This is going to be Taya Moyer from Archibald and Michaela Wappenhorst. Correct? Or no?
Yeah, Flippin and...
Okay, I stand corrected. We're coming up next on mat 1. It's going to be Flippin and King Maeku.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a semi.
Yep, and we've watched King Maeku here a couple times today be aggressive. You know, maybe showing a little bit of inexperience, but, you know, aggressiveness will overcome that on occasion. See how she does here with Flippin, who's also a junior, 10-5 record coming into today.
Well, King Maeku hasn't wasted time in any of her matches so far today. Very aggressive.
Now she wants to get in on that heavy collar tie. She wants to work the head. Right now, Flippin's doing a good job of controlling wrists.
Yep.
She's obviously watched her and see that King Maeku likes to be heavy on the head and snap. Good way to defend that is to get that wrist control, get them to move a little bit so you can maybe take your shot. Flippin looking to maybe jump over the top for a front head trap. Still feeling each other out here, but both physical, staying in the center of the mat, which is, you know, we say that a lot. There's a lot of control, but you stay in the middle of the mat. That gives you more time, more space to do whatever you want to do.
About 50 seconds left to go here in the first period.
Still working those small snaps. I was a big fan as a coach of teaching my kids to just keep working those small snaps because come third period, you know, every time that head got snapped, they're a little bit more tired.
So here's my question for you, because if you're Flippin, you mentioned it, doing a good job of wrist control, but being reactive, what's your move? What's your plan here? As we see it right now, I was about to say, where is it?
Headlock that we've seen before. You know, Flippin, I think, was probably working to go for an outside single. You know, in this case, she did a nice job defending this. I believe that we got the takedown, but she's going to get a reversal. Great job keeping her composure on her back and working to the top with a 3-2 match. We'll see what they work on top. A lot of half Nelsons, end of the period. Good finish for Flippin after, you know, potentially danger there with a headlock.
So 3-2 our score. So we've seen the game plan from Flippin right now. If you're King Maeku, what's your counter?
Yeah, I think going back to the neutral, we've talked about it a couple times that girls could have went back neutral. I think she feels comfortable on her feet. You know, let's get a takedown here. Maybe not back to the headlock, but if it's there, take it. You know, 7 points is a great way to score in a short amount of time period. Flippin working a front head trap, will not want to be in that collar tie. Working to the side. Good job by King Maeku coming out. Flipping with those wrists, I want to say I think she's trying to work to set up a shot. I mean, typically if you're going to control those wrists down, you're going to move them out of the way and take advantage of a leg coming towards you, where King Maeku really wants to work more upper body, wants to work the head, some underhooks, things like that.
Well, she's kept the level pretty high for the better part of this match.
Yeah, and she's starting to spring up a little bit. You know, you can tell she's getting a little bit tired.
I was about to ask you, fatigue setting in a bit?
Yeah, you'll see the stance in the first period a lot lower than the stance in the third period. They'll start to come up a little bit more separation for a breath. But Flippin's doing a nice job, other than she's not really working a whole lot of offense from those wrists.
So I was asking you, what's the setup out of this? Because right now I wouldn't call it a defensive strategy, but she's doing what she needs to make sure she's not on her back.
Yeah, I think that's, hopefully what she's trying to set up is a shot.
Wow, speaking of shots.
As we say that, Viv is tired of standing around, so she goes out and takes out a shot, but she's got to keep moving. She wasn't in a bad spot. She's got to fight the hands. There's no takedown yet. She's all right. Not great pressure by Flippin, so she might be able to get out of here, but Flippin really ought to be trying to move those hands out of the way to look for a shot of some sort. Right now, she's just kind of tying her up and driving her around.
No scoring yet here in period number 2 as we're approaching 15 seconds left to go.
So that's a benefit to Flippin here,
Yep.
King Maeku came in picking neutral, thinking she was going to get another takedown, and if you can stop somebody in what they think is their best position, that bodes well for you. I wouldn't be surprised to see Flippin on bottom here to start the third period.
Final second ticks off. No change in our score. I'm going to date myself, but as a kid of the 70s, you remember the game Connect 4?
Absolutely.
That was, you either had aggressive or defensive strategies to that game. And I'm going to go back, for those that know what I'm talking about, trying to get 4 different colored pegs in the slots in a row. Flippin seems to be playing a defensive game of Connect 4 to me right now.
Absolutely.
But you're down by a point. What do you got to do here to be a bit more offensive?
I'm a little surprised with the neutral call, though, she held her own there in the second period, but I just didn't see very much offense to make me think that she's going to find a nice takedown in here. But, we've talked about it a lot. Maybe she's kind of biding her time, letting King Maeku get a little bit more tired, and she'll have a go-to shot that she'll fire off here.
Right now, both tied up. Higher levels as we've seen than that first period, understandably. King Maeku looks maybe just a bit frustrated as well.
Yeah, she looks like she has a little bit of a strength advantage, and she's trying to use that, but Flippin's doing a nice job of counteracting those things. Back to that front head trap.
Can she turn her? Can she throw her here? She's got an opportunity. King Maeku, though, very nimble on her feet.
Yeah, she's trying to get her down to the mat, trying to get her to snap her down a couple times, get her down on her knees. And then she'll try to work a go behind, but
under a minute.
Doing a nice job. Back into a leg now. A really good way to defend, other than she's getting overpowered, and Flippin just settles in, kind of bull rushes her a little bit.
Wow.
Settles in, and
here come the back points. Oh my goodness. Well, we talked about it. She needed to make a move. She needed to find some offense, and she got it when she needed to. And she will be wrestling for a championship later on this afternoon.
Viv kind of got her feet stopped underneath her, and it's never a place you want to be is stopping moving. You got to keep moving that pressure, and Flippin just kind of bull rushed her a little bit straight to her back and caught her in a great place.
Is that just a great example of biding your time over the course of a match?
That's exactly what she did. She waited until she had an opportunity, an opening that she saw, and took really nice advantage of it.
So we will switch to mat number 4 down in the near corner here, and this is another semifinal.
Getting ready to start the third period here. Ava Sandelman from Ayersville and Danny McRae from Findlay. Looks like Sandelman's up 4-3 right now.
This is about 2:38, so I believe we're going back one, correct? Double check. And Josh, which weight class is this? I think it's 45, correct? No, can't be 45. 55. There we go.
McRae, bottom half of that weight bracket. 4-4 tied up. McRae getting the escape there to start the third period. As we mentioned, this is another one all about your heart and your mind. Late in the match in your semifinals. You've secured a place on the podium, but it's a lot better to be on that top 2 spot.
Junior versus a sophomore here. And off the edge of the mat.
Hands on hips. You can tell they've both been putting a lot into this 4-4 match so far.
Look, you got 1 minute 7 seconds left. That's literally what this match comes down to unless we hit extras. So what's your plan here right now? You're both probably feeling it, as you mentioned, a little gassed. So what's the fine line between being, I don't want to say cautious, but strategic and being aggressive?
At this point in the match, you've kind of felt each other out. You know what they're looking for. Each of you probably have a takedown based on the score. I didn't see how it happened, but we've definitely got Danny being a lot more aggressive, but Ava on a nice shot off that aggression.
Sandlin shoots. Now what you need to do here to turn her?
She's got to keep her head up, and she's got to keep driving her feet. Right there's not a position she wants. She needs to get her hips underneath her, keep those 2 hands on there, which she broke. You know, McCray right now just needs to spin around.
Yep.
She's missing an opportunity here.
Yeah, there it is. Yep. She got it with 19 seconds left to go.
Sometimes you get a little bit aggressive and want to try and go straight to the back, but what's important is getting those points first. You score those points right now, and you can see they're both gassed. And Sandelman, I don't know who's got much left in the tank here, but a great match in the semifinals. 7-4 with a takedown in the last 30 seconds.
McCray will advance. She scores with 19 seconds left to go in the match, and she has earned herself a spot in the championship. Up next, another semi. This is going to be Harley Salazar from Montpelier versus Martina Ebaugh from Napoleon at 170 pounds.
And we'll see how Harley fares here. If you remember in the last round, she had a couple mental mistakes. Hopefully she's got that hairband off her wrist already. I bet you the coaches won't let her forget that here for a while.
Well, look, every match should be a learning experience, win or lose, no matter what the score. But as you were talking about, when you give freebies away like Salazar did early, what do you take from that? Mental preparation more than anything, I'm guessing.
Yeah, absolutely. She's going to come out in this match, and she knows the mistakes she made in that last one that made it a much closer match than what it needed to be. And so I think her goal is going to be, let's limit those mental mistakes. Let's just get on our offense, do the things we want to do like we have when we were successful, and let's just try and keep ourselves out of those bad positions where we made those mental mistakes. Whew. Martina getting that front head trap. Looks like she wants to work her down. Salazar obviously has got a height advantage here.
Very.
Martina wants to stay low, not let Salazar stand her up too tall.
Hey, well, we got a couple of cut wrestlers here at $170. This is strength, ladies and gentlemen.
Martina's staying in a great position, which is important. You know, she's keeping her position below Martina, kind of standing up a little bit. You know, I bet your coach wants her to get a little bit back into her stance.
Salazar almost looks like she's working strictly up top right now. Is she looking to throw?
Yeah, she really had that throw in the last round, you know, that scored her the big points in the pin. You know, at this point, she's probably pummeling in, wanting to work a little bit of more upper body. If she can get some underhooks and stand Martina up, it will really benefit her. But Martina's doing a nice job of pummeling, staying inside, staying low. Kind of biding her time here. You know, she wants a snap. She's not going to get stuck underneath the bigger wrestler. She wants to take her down to the mat and not be caught underneath.
Ebaugh doing a good job of showing what we talked about just in that last match. Don't get over anxious.
Yeah, and once again, staying in the center of the circle, you know. Salazar, I'd call her the aggressor so far, but we haven't moved outside of the gray circle into the yellow, you know, and that's a big part if you're not going to be the aggressive wrestler. If you can stay within that circle, it's going to pay dividends for you.
So a physical pillow fight for the first 2 minutes. Now we'll wait and see. Did somebody learn something in that first period that they can now take advantage of?
Yeah, we'll see how Martina does here on top. Salazar, she's got to move right away off the whistle. She's got to clear her arms, because I think if Martina can stop that first movement, it'll be tough for Salazar to get out. That longer body, sometimes more difficult to stand up.
Whistle sound. Salazar tries to sit out. Nice job by Ebaugh, though, to smother her.
She caught that wrist underneath what she wanted. She was trying to get her around front, maybe break her down flat. She's working at. Going to be reaching for that far wrist, far half. It's in a really nice position. Jumping off, keeps moving around side to side.
Oh, look at this. She's going to turn Salazar close.
But Salazar doing a nice job defending it, trying to get her head turned away.
Holy cow, folks. This is strength on strength.
Unfortunately, Ebaugh here didn't switch her hands quick enough. And with the hand on the wrist, a lot of times you jump back and forth, and she just didn't quite pull her hand away from her neck, giving up a free point to Salazar. Kind of the opposite of what we had the last time
That's
around.
a tough one. Salazar down, E-ball will cover, and we're at it again.
Yeah, she did a nice job. She's still doing a nice job keeping pressure forward. You know, just as we mentioned, sometimes you got to take your time, and there she did.
She's got her turned 1, 2, and now back points being awarded.
There's not a whole lot Salazar is going to be able to do to get out of this.
She's got to get her feet underneath her, and she can't. Holy cow.
That was a nice job being patient and really working what you wanted to work.
E-ball by fall with 1:06 left to go in the second period. My goodness. Well showing, and Salazar with a show of sportsmanship comes over and gives her a hug as well. E-ball just made a statement to this gymnasium right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, really focusing on that half, and she was strong. Once she got that sunk in, there was nothing left. You can fight all you want, but if you've got a deep half behind the head and one around the waist, it is difficult to get out.
So up next, we're going to go to mat number 1. This is going to be Evie Parmalee, a console. Nope, this is a semi.
This is a semi.
From Liberty Benton, and Effie Clouda from Evergreen.
Getting right into the action. Just a little drag by Parmalee, getting the takedown early.
Quick score.
Looks like she's going to let her up. Looks like she wants to do maybe a couple takedowns here.
I like that aggressive attitude, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Parmalee here is 13-0 coming into today. Picked up a win in the first or the second round. Claudia here, a little bit worse record coming in, but I think Parmalee's probably got the edge here and knows she can score some points and try and still finish this off relatively quickly so she can conserve some energy.
Oh, nice shot on a double and another takedown.
Nice
there it is.
Head tap double. Some of the tricks I used on my kids when I was wrestling with them. The old pie in the face or a head tap double, get them to stand up a little bit and get right after it. It's amazing how some of those little things work.
You didn't keep any sand in your socket and throw in their eyes, did you?
No, we called it pie in the face. Didn't actually throw it, but I'd catch them a lot with it. So still working hard on top. Looks like she wants to power half. Got her turned over nice and deep.
And more back points, and that's it.
Yep, Parmalee with the pin.
Wow. Well, the first time she took her down, she let her up, but the second time she's like, nope, let's go ahead and go to work.
Yeah, she worked a couple moves. Are we sticking here? Good. Gabby Organ from Archibald. This is our first time seeing her today as a heavyweight here.
Natalie Winans from Findlay.
Yeah, Gabby last year, state placer on the female side for Archibald. I think she finished third. Just a great run. Boys head coach Cody Roofer, longtime heavyweight, was a state runner-up when he was in high school. So you'll see Gabby do a ton of pummeling, keep herself in really good positions, and she learned that from Cody, who did the same thing for many years. I think he was maybe a 3 or 4 time state qualifier, state finalist, and Gabby's looking to move up on that podium this year. But you'll see a lot of over-underhook pummeling, waiting for the opponent to, maybe make a bad decision. Just keeping herself in good position. Typically on these upweight girls, there's a lot of time of just feeling each other out too. Looks like Winans wants to maybe throw a headlock. Gabby's going to keep her positioning low and keep her head out from hanging and
take her off the mat.
Yep. Should be about wrapping up our championship semifinals.
Correct.
Here. 235 with Gabby Organ.
Now again, with the bigger or heavier weights here, you don't quite see the level changes, you don't see the quick shots, but there is strategy involved. It's more than just basically strength on strength and looking for the throw, but walk us down what the technique or how the technique is different at 235 than say it be at a $155.
Yeah, you're going to see their levels a little bit higher, but it's all about inside positioning, which is going to be the key for them. Gabby ended up on a shot in there, but you can see, when you get in these upper weights, it's really hard to finish off a shot driving. Yep. Two pressures running into each other. She's going to do a nice job. I'm thinking she's probably going to try and hold on maybe for a stalemate, but no, she gives that up. She's working right away into an elbow roll.
And there we go.
But inside positioning is the key, and Gabby she fired off a shot, took a chance, and it just didn't work out for her.
Whoa, the clock just went to 2 minutes, and we got an issue with the clock on mat 1. I'm not sure what just happened there, but
not sure
it
if we
reset.
hit the end of the period maybe and just missed the timing.
I don't think so. I think there was still about 29. Well, apparently not. Nobody just came out to let the official know.
We're going to take it as end of the first period.
That's what they call lost time, right? You wake up or you fall asleep at the wheel. Like, what just happened? Where'd the last 10 miles
go?
Yeah,
absolutely. But it doesn't look like anybody's too worked up about if
apparently
there was
not.
some time left. So,
well, again, expand on what you were talking about. The technique, obviously, at the bigger or heavier weights. Is it because the athletes maybe are just a half a step slower, or is it maybe more of I don't want to say a fear, but a concern? If I move, I leave myself more vulnerable to a counter.
It's a little bit more about the build and the shape of them, where their power comes from.
How quick they move.
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit less flexibility now. Gabby just had a nice elbow roll there, right to the back.
Trying to finish her
in a
off.
Tough position here.
They're not off the mat completely yet here. The official with his nose down, and wow, how things just changed.
Absolutely. Gabby does a great job controlling her pressure, making sure she's in a good spot. And moving on to the finals, which it looks like we maybe guessed that.
You got lottery numbers that you want to let me know. I'll be happy to write those down or purchase those in advance. But again, that's just staying with it, understanding, I may be down, but that doesn't mean I don't have enough time to make a change.
The experience of a wrestler like Gabby, who, like I said, was on the podium last year at state, getting taken down, I bet you she didn't have a moment in her mind that she was worried about it. She's let's just continue down the game plan. This is what we're going to do. And you see her roll through and finish it just like that.
And there was just confidence. You didn't see panic's not the right word. You didn't even see concern. It was like, okay, this is the situation. I go to work from here.
Yep, darn it. I missed out on this opportunity. What's the next one?
Yes. Well, you talked about thinking 1, 2, 3 steps ahead. Certainly it seems like she did. So that's going to take us through the semis and the consolation. So we're going to hurry up and wait for the championships. As I look down here, it is about 1:15, and we are about on what we thought might be a 1:30 start time for the championship. So, Sean, I know we kept you a little bit over your time, but we'll go ahead and pay you time and a quarter. How's that sound?
That sounds good.
What that means is grab a spare donut down in the hospitality room.
Absolutely, I get it.
Appreciate you joining us, sir. Looking forward to seeing you on Monday. What we're going to do is take a quick time out, hear from our sponsors and underwriters helping make this broadcast a possibility. When we come back, we'll hit the reset button and let you know what's still in store, the championship rounds. Don't go anywhere. You're watching coverage of the inaugural Battle at the Fort from Defiance High School on DCTV Sports.
For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding, 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com. Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1948.
Discover top quality healthcare education at Northwest State. Our instructors have real world experience, so they know how to prepare you for great career opportunities. Northwest State, where you'll get the top quality healthcare education you need to succeed. Discover top quality healthcare education at Northwest State. Our instructors have real world experience, so they know how to prepare you for great career opportunities. Northwest State, where you'll get the top quality healthcare education.
Westbanco, building a better bank every day since 1870. Community-focused Westbanco. Find out more at westbanco.com. When a fire or natural disaster throws a penalty flag, let ServiceMaster Restore work for you. Anything from minor cleanups to complete overhaul and rebuilding. Contact ServiceMaster by McCann.
At Arthur Law Firm, we understand how overwhelming life can be after being seriously injured in a car accident. With over 50 years of experience, Arthur Law Firm has a track record of getting the results you deserve. When you don't know where to turn, get answers with Arthur. Call us today.
Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding. 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding. 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com. Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1948.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
Westbanco, building a better bank every day since 1870. Community-focused Westbanco. Find out more at westbanco.com.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org.
When a fire or natural disaster throws a penalty flag, let ServiceMaster Restore work for you. Anything from minor cleanups to complete overhaul and rebuilding. Contact ServiceMaster by Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit SuperiorCU.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union.
There we go. Got it. Okay, you can hear me? Cool. All right. And we welcome back as the consolation championships are pretty much in the books. Still got a little bit of wrestling going on as we are waiting to get set for the final rounds on the front end. We will have the championships on the far mats. So again, for those that are looking right now, rest assured we'll have them for you. They go on 8 mats. They go from the far end, 1, 2, 3, 4 down would be the south side of the gymnasium. 5, 6, 7, 8 on the north side. We will have all the action taking place now on just 3 mats. The championships will be in the far corner, as you see right there. It maybe looks a little bit orange. That's mat number 1. The second and third place matches will be on the mat just to the right of that. We don't quite have it lined up in your screenshot there. And then the fourth and fifth place matches will be on mat number 3, which is the second mat from the far corner. So we will have those as soon as everything gets set to finish up here. You can take a look at our location perched up on the mezzanine level here at the Dog Pound. Tremendous high school facility. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you this much as we see the camera shot rack focus out to the floor. There are Division II colleges that do not have facilities as nice as Defiance High School. It is an incredible facility, not just the athletics, the entire school itself. From the auxiliary gymnasium to the extra locker rooms. They are using the band room here this afternoon as a hospitality suite. A couple of cups of coffee to keep us awake and accurate through the course of the early rounds. But the inaugural Battle at the Fort, I think it's fair to say, has been an incredible success. As we are looking right now at mat number 1 action. This is going to be a semi-final in the consolations. So a conso semi between Defiance's Paulina George and Findlay's Rajay Williams. How ironic is this? This is a rematch of the opening round matchup where Williams, I think, surprised George with her quickness and even her strength. So we'll wait and see who gets the better of who here in this consolation semi. 7-1 our score right now. Williams still taking it to George. And the first period has just come to an end. Second 2 minutes being put up on the clock. And you can see sitting in the far corner there, assistant coach Ray Romero, who we anticipate coming up to join us for the championship round as soon as the consos are finished. But right now, Williams working on top. George trying to get to her feet and just broke down her base. Williams, for just a freshman, just wrestles above her age limit or her experience. And right now trying to cradle up George and Turner. George trying to keep her base and is completely defensive right now. George to her feet. Can she break her wrists? Cannot. Unable to get the escape, which is what she needs to get back to neutral and try and basically hit the reset button. And Williams just smothering her right now. Minute 12 left to go in period number 2. The freshman on top by half a dozen. My understanding, talking with some of the coaches before we hit the air here, Findlay, obviously a huge school, but only bringing a varsity program. Their feeder system has not really been established yet. And with what we've seen from the varsity on the mats here this afternoon. Once that does get established, holy cow, look out. 40 seconds left to go in period number 2. And Williams trying to lock in an Olympic headlock here, trying to turn George. Trying to turn her. George on her back, and she's got a bridge out. She cannot. The pin is the final answer. And Rajay Williams defeats Paulina George for the second time this afternoon. This in the consolation semifinals. Next up, I believe we're going to be going to mat number 3. This will also be a consolation semifinal. This is going to be Sadie Hausch from Archbold versus Defiance's Viviana King Meeku. We will wait as both wrestlers approaching that mat. Viviana King Meeku wrestling in about roughly 15 minutes of her last match, which was a tough fought loss in the semifinals up the front side of the bracket. And you get a wide shot of the action still taking place. Again, this being the consolation semifinals. And here we go. You take a look at on the air right now. This is also mat number 3. This is Kaylin DeSgrange from Archibald versus Kylie Hazelton from Edgerton. Second period just getting underway with Hazelton with a 5-point lead. DeSgrange still on the bottom here, and there's more scoring. 2 points on the reversal. And now Hazelton in command, 7-0. Again, DeSgrange trying to get to her base, trying to get to her feet. And Hazelton has just smothered her. Overextending a little bit. Hazelton almost putting in a crossface, decides to give that up. And DeSgrange now taking a beating on the bottom. Again, a consolation semifinal here. The winner of this one will be wrestling for 3rd place potentially. In just a matter of minutes. And we got a potentially dangerous call here. Hazelton, when you saw the look on DeSgrange's face, and she's going to walk over to the coaches and have them. Well, she's shaking off there. Appears to be none the worse for wear. 48 seconds left to go in period number 2. At the conclusion of this one, we will keep it on mat number 3 for the other consolation semifinal here. Archibald's Sadie Hausch and Defiance's Viviana King Meeku. Great showing, great turnout for the very first battle at the fort. Be interesting to see how this event plays out in the coming years, but expecting it to grow. This is the I stand corrected. This is the 2nd year for it. They didn't do it in the winter. Is that correct? Okay. So like I said, tremendous 2nd year of this event. Curious to see how it grows in the coming years. What I like that they're doing here, and we did not cover this one, so folks, I'll be the first to admit I'm still drinking out of a fire hose, but I like the fact that they're not quite butting this up with the Sunday in between the two. But what it allows you to do is see the wrestling almost unbroken. One day after another after another. And the clock continues to tick here. We're looking at a different match as this is now a reset. Sadie Hausch and Viviana King Meeku in the other consolation semifinal. King Maeku lost to Flippin by fall in the closing seconds of her semifinal match. So the question is, how do you hit the reset button mentally and want to finish and place as high as possible? And the score, Maeku shoots on a single. Nice job by Hausch to cut her off. And there we go. Points being awarded. And now a reversal. And King Maeku is in some trouble after just scoring 3 quick ones. And the clock saves King Maeku, but she is slow to get up. Back giving her some issues. And very quickly going from up 3-0 to trailing 5-3 is the second 2 minutes about to be put on the clock here. And who wants up? Well, the flip. And Hausch will start down. King Maeku will cover. There's the point for the escape. Make it 6-3. Maeku looked like she was still nursing her back a little bit coming out of period number 1. You're late into the tournament. You've wrestled 3, in some cases 4 matches. Your legs obviously a little rubbery, and mentally where are you at? As Hausch with the takedown. Back points. King Maeku unable to bridge out. The only question is, with a $1:21 left, it's over. So King Maeku is pinned with 1:15 left to go in the second period. After starting so strong, dropping 2 straight, and she's going to have to gather her thoughts. Up next, we'll go to mat number 2. This is another consolation semifinal at 155 pounds. Coldwater's Bailey Siebert and Fairview's Valerie Beals. Just underway, and we've already got 3 points for Siebert. Both wrestlers, high levels right now, can go to a little bit of physical as well as mental fatigue, a little bit of a battle for wrist control right now. Who wants the inside tie? This is where can you suck it up and just force your body to do it even though it doesn't want to. Action a little bit slower here. Beals to her feet. And a nice job of leg riding by Siebert. Trying to turn her. She's got her on her back. 1, 2, back points being awarded, and she doesn't need any more. Sticks her with 57 ticks left to go in period number 2. Bailey Siebert wins in the consolation semifinals over Fairview's Valerie Beals. Consolation semis, and we are going to move to 235. This is going to be on the same mat, if I'm not mistaken. And it is going to be Fairview's Dylan Ankeny versus Patrick Henry's Brooke Teege. And we are moving. Only 3 mats out of the 8 now being used. Tip of the cap to those running this one this afternoon, as the flow of this tournament has been nearly flawless. So here's Ankeny and Teege. Again at 235, you would expect the action to be upstairs just a little bit more. And just as I say that, nice job by Ankeny to shoot on a double. But here's the problem: if you don't get in there, you leave yourself open to a counter. Bigger, stronger, and there's 3 points on the reversal. And now Teege's going to work up top. Coming up on 10 seconds left to go in period number 1. Ankeny trying to stay in her base. 2 seconds. 1 second. Period 1 in the books. Well, after this match, we will take a break as we will be getting set for the final round of the championships. Somebody will be crowned a champion, 3rd place and 5th place, all on the line. Ankeny catching her breath. She will cover as TG into her base. TG trying to get to her feet. Ankeny trying to break her down. Well, it just takes a lot of strength, a lot of grit to turn somebody, especially this late in the tournament. And I'm being told Coach Murphy is going to come up and join us for the championships. Coach Romero's talents and largesse needed down on the mats. Either that or Murph just wants to throw the headsets on. Ankeny has turned her. No back points being awarded just yet. Waiting for the effect. And there it is. Wow. What a reversal of fortunes as Ankeny gets the pin with 1 minute exactly left to go in the second period. And Dylan Ankeny will advance to the consolation semifinals. She has a chance to finish as high as 3rd place. And the day not over for TG yet, as she will also wrestle in the 5th place match. Well, what that does is I'm looking around making sure it gives us a chance to catch our breath. What we will do is take a quick timeout, hear from some of our great sponsors and underwriters helping make our broadcast a possibility. And when we return, I should say, we'll hit the reset button. Your championship matches. When we return, you're watching coverage of the 2nd annual Battle at the Fort on DCTV Sports.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org. Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding, 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com.
When a fire or natural disaster throws a penalty flag, let ServiceMaster Restore work for you. Anything from minor cleanups to complete overhaul and rebuilding. Contact ServiceMaster by McCann. Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit SuperiorCU.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union. WestBanco, building a better bank every day since 1870. Community-focused WestBanco. Find out more at westbanco.com.
In life, unexpected challenges can test us. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, you deserve a team that understands. because your story matters. Call Arthur Law Firm today. We'll fight for you every step of the way.
Discover top quality healthcare education at Northwest State. Our instructors have real world experience, so they know how to prepare you for great career opportunities. Northwest State, where you'll get the top quality healthcare education you need to succeed.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 19... Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org. Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding, 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com. For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org.
In life, unexpected challenges can test us. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, you deserve a team that understands. Because your story matters. Call Arthur Law Firm today. We'll fight for you every step of the way.
Discover top quality healthcare education at Northwest State. Our instructors have real world experience, so they know how to prepare you for great career opportunities. Northwest State, where you'll get the top quality healthcare education you need to succeed.
Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit SuperiorCU.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union.
Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since... Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding. 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com.
WestBanco, building a better bank every day since 1870. Community-focused WestBanco. Find out more at westbanco.com.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com.
When a fire or natural disaster throws a penalty flag, let ServiceMaster Restore work for you. Anything from minor cleanups to complete overhaul and rebuilding. Contact ServiceMaster by McCann.
At Arthur Law Firm, we understand how overwhelming life can be after being seriously injured in a car accident. With over 50 years of experience, Arthur Law Firm has a track record of getting the results you deserve. When you don't know where to turn, get answers with
Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding. 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com.
In life, unexpected challenges can test us. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, you deserve a team that understands. Because your story matters. Call Arthur Law Firm today. We'll fight for you every step of the way.
Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com.
Closer, I guess, when that pops back up again.
Speaking of popping back up again, we are back at the Dog Pound. We've got the middle school championships. We're just around the corner from the varsity championships. It is the second annual battle for the fort, correct?
Yes, sir. Second annual, and we're going to keep growing this thing.
It was wrestled, but it was wrestled earlier last year. We did not get that one on the air, but love the way this has started out and how this will grow in the future. Whew, off and rolling. That voice you're hearing, we have, I'm not going to say traded up. Sean Mack did a tremendous job through the early rounds, but Coach Murphy has elected to throw on the headsets here and provide the color analysis for the championships, both for the front end and the consos here. But before we go any farther, Coach, you got an open microphone here. An event like this doesn't happen overnight. You just don't snap your fingers, roll out 8 mats, and then say wrestle. This was a lot of work, a lot behind the scenes. I know there's more people than we can thank, but you've got an open microphone here. Anybody that you would like to give a little love to, feel free.
Oh, man, that is such a...
I caught him out. Let's start with Rudis,
It is a tall task.
Yep.
Yeah, hey, these are the same mats that the state tournament has been wrestled on for the last number of years. Rudis has been our sponsor vendor for the boys Tri-State Border Wars since its inception 11 years ago. And we reached out to them this year and said, what would it take to borrow mats or use mats, purchase, lease, whatever. And they just gave us these for free. And we did pay for shipping, but that's a small cost. They're actually saving us a lot of money that we can then put back into girls programs, boys programs. Yeah, Rudis has been great to us. Our boys champions received Rudis jackets. So the love that they show us, and they do that all across Ohio and the United States. They're now the official USA Wrestling, which is our Olympic Development Program, sponsor, OHSA sponsor, Fargo sponsor, you name it. They are involved in wrestling at all levels in the United States.
They have a pop-up shop in the lobby too, correct?
They do, yes. And last year they were not here, so they saw the growth that's going to take place in this girls event and wanted to jump in and help us grow it. Rudis, initially I think I went back to Jerry Beauty on help us because this is consequence of the boys' Border Wars. I don't know a girls' tournament that is being competed on 8 mats at a high school. Findlay does a great job there. Their coach is marvelous. But they used the University of Findlay last weekend, and they had teams from multiple states as well. We're not quite where they are, but our program's a couple years behind. I don't know if we can grow ours there, but getting 8 mats on a gym floor, Jerry Beauty followed me into my classroom 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and said, hey, we have a really good wrestling team. Not many people know it because we travel so much. We're going to create a tournament in Defiance. And I thought, hey, this is a 2-year event, and nope, we're doing it next year. And he and I, not always easily, but because I worry, I had developed tournaments like this in my previous educational stop, and said it takes a lot, and said we're going to do it, and by golly, we made it do it. And then moving into the new school here, getting the 8 mats out, but it was Jerry Beauty's vision that Defiance deserved a tournament like this, and I agreed with them. I'm glad they're willing to let us do it because, as you said, it doesn't take a lot of work. One of the very first things I said to him was, okay, if we're doing it, all these table workers will all be volunteers. And his initial notion was no, because if you're watching a high school basketball game, the person keeping the book is being paid, the person running the clock is being paid, the person doing the announcing is being paid. And I don't want to say that as a criticism of them. That's just the way it works.
Sure.
Those are jobs. You get paid for the jobs. And I said, we're going to make this a fundraiser. Everybody's going to be a volunteer. So I guess the next group is saying what it takes is all these people working tables, and the people out there tapping. Now for this event, we use our boys wrestling team. So you're seeing a lot. And a few adults. Monday and Tuesday with the Boy Scout, it's a lot more of the adult community. And it is hard during the week to find those people. I think next week, too, we're going to get some Defiance college wrestlers out here working our tables.
Excellent.
So, the reach that is required to go out is phenomenal. And it is somebody with a connection to wrestling. One of the people, Keystone Meats. I don't know if you've ever seen that brand in, you go to Meijer,
Absolutely.
Walmart, shredded beef chicken. That is all produced in Lima, Ohio. The company, multi-million-dollar entity, cross-country, the owner wrestled for me.
Really?
And
we ought to be tapping into that. Again, good protein, a little beef and noodles.
They do turkey now even. Hey, but I'm telling you what, when I called him up and said, hey, I know you wrestled at Lima Central Catholic for me, but we have this huge event in Defiance, and we need help with our hospitality room. We need help with sponsorship. Sure, whatever you need, anything.
Okay.
Because he wrestled. His children now, he lives in Dublin, they wrestle for Watterson, Bishop Watterson, which is coming along, and there's some really high-end, famous Ohio State wrestlers, Tommy Rollins, and not going to come up with the other guy right off the top of my head, who have recreated wrestling at Bishop Watterson.
Okay.
So it's like, hey, I'll do it for my school, I'll do it for your school, I'll do it for really anyone, because wrestling is a great sport. And I think that's what you get more than anything.
Sure.
The group family around here, with they've got the basketball tournament named after them and everything, but they're also sponsoring this, because it's high school athletics, it's wrestling, it's a great sport, it's multi-gender now. Just the number of people that say yes. Our local fraternal organizations, the Eagles, the Elks, the Moose, American Veterans of Foreign Wars, AMVETS, two different things, right? VFW and the other one's AMVETS. There is not a fraternal organization in Defiance that probably hasn't donated food to us to help feed not the wrestlers, but the coaches who are here as a hospitality. Hey, we want our town to be known as being hospitable people. We're inviting you in. Yes, you're paying an entry fee, but we're going to treat you really well. And one person can't do that. I can't do that. Our community can, and our community steps up all over the place. McDonald's, Applebee's, almost every restaurant, Dos Equis downtown, Kistner's. I'm trying to think. Everybody. We ask, they all say yes. So, Dave and Martha Bidlack down there do a lot of table work for us.
Yep.
Their boys wrestled in the 1990s. There you
Still
are.
around.
Still around. You can't get rid of them. And their jobs have changed through the course of time, because when you say, hey, what are you willing to do? They just say, hey, just tell me. Direct me. Lady by the name of Joe Stockman, who's down here. We've got one of our local police officers whose daughter just came out for wrestling this year, Officer Taylor, but he just shows up to, hey, I'm here to work. Tell me what to do. And as you said, I can't get my assistant coach, Austin Carr. How about that? He if this were a prison, he'd be the walking boss. He's a working man here. The rest of us sort of stand around and look good because Austin's doing a great job. Chad Zolman, Ray Romero doing the more of the coaching down there. But our middle school coach for the boys ended up taking our junior varsity boys wrestling group to Bryan today, because so many of the rest of us were here running this tournament. If you gave me 2 hours to sit here and talk about this, I'd get a new guy, a new person every few seconds. It is a huge list.
I gave you an open mic, ladies and gentlemen. Let it be proof he took advantage of it. But again, and there's still plenty more that you could mention, but it's proof, it's testimony to a lot of people that don't ask for their names to be mentioned, don't need them to be in the spotlight, but it's a small army behind the scenes that gets this done. As we are still waiting for the varsity championships, we saw the middle school at 122 championships. We saw Molly Brenneman taking on Joycelyn Adkins from Wayne Trace. We are inching closer to the varsity here. Your thoughts on, again, how your team has played out so far? Saw some very good early success at various weights, and then a few upsets here and there. Obviously, when you're wrestling multiple matches so close, it's talking about recovery time. Obviously, how did you hydrate? How did you basically feed your body, not just in the morning, but 48 to 72 hours before. I know it's tough, especially on Christmas when
Right.
maybe everyone wants a second helping of whatever grandma or mom have served up, especially dessert. But you've got to stay disciplined. Your thoughts on your team's performance so far this afternoon?
I think we're pleased, not satisfied.
Okay.
We think we can do better, but our girls are wrestling hard, and we have an interesting mix of girls this year. We have some really, I don't know if elite is maybe quite the right word. Izzy Jordan is probably elite in Ohio. Qualified to Fargo this summer, state tournament last year. She's had an excellent tournament. Mackenzie Reed's had an excellent tournament.
Yep.
But then we also have several lesser experienced athletes who are maybe we wish they were going for third, but they end up going for fifth. And, that might be sort of where you're talking about, the preparation of a young athlete and learning how to do this. One of them, really good athlete for us, Viviana King-Mike.
Yes.
And
started strong.
Yes, and very athletic, but she is still developing her confidence, doing a lot of this. And she went on the band trip to Disney, so really hasn't been back in town very often or very long to get sort of back into that wrestling mindset that maybe a young, inexperienced, even though a senior, but a young, inexperienced wrestler would have. Brianna Taylor just got back from Florida last night. Her family had a vacation trip. In fact, they took a different flight, scheduled one 4 hours earlier to try to get back. I still think they got into town like 9 p.m. last night. She's rolling out here trying to wrestle her best. There are so many elements that go into this. But again, so I think we're happy. They're all wrestling hard today.
One way I want you to maybe preview for us, and it is Izzy Jordan at 125 pounds. She'll be taking on Peyton Geiner from Bryan. Izzy basically just swept her way into the finals and made it look easy. I'm not sure if she even broke a sweat. Geiner had a little bit more of I don't want to say a tougher draw, but in watching them, two different styles, because Izzy's very aggressive, and if you take a step back, you're going to find yourself on your backside. On the flip side, again, it was I think it was Sean, Mac, referred to Geiner as being very technical. You can tell she's playing chess out there. What do you want from a wrestling IQ with your wrestlers? I make this move. If it doesn't work, then I'm moving to this. If it does work, then I've got option here. How many steps in advance are you trying to train your wrestlers, whether what they do is successful or not, to be able to counter or continue when they're on the mat?
That is a challenging question, and it's a little different for each wrestler.
Sure.
And the more experienced ones, you might want to say, that there would be more moves ahead. But I think the reality is we teach what we call a lot of progressions. Right? So if I do A, if A works, I just go on to the next thing. But if I do A and my opponent counters, by doing G, I should be ready to go and move on to do M. Or so, a lot of this has to do with the reaction of my opponent, and hopefully we have practiced enough that we're not doing a lot of thinking, we're doing just a lot of reaction,
okay.
A lot of muscle memory. So it's very difficult to plan too far ahead in wrestling because there are so many options that kids have, and you really don't know how your opponent's going to respond to certain
That's
things you're doing.
interesting. So let me ask you to expand on that, because if I'm hearing you right, are you telling your wrestlers, I don't want to say to be reactionary, because you know where I came from, obviously.
Obviously,
and
yeah.
to quote a certain coach, complete and total domination.
Yes.
You aren't reacting to them.
Yeah.
They should be reacting to you.
We would love to be able to walk out and say every wrestler is imposing their will at every point in a match. And if I do, I never get beyond A.
Sure.
Hey, I have an A takedown. I have an A top attack. I have an A move from my body. I never go past A if I'm able to impose will.
Which we know isn't realistic.
Not at all. And especially in high school athletics and then in the emerging sport like girls. The experience level of the girls here is so unique. We look at Izzy Jordan from our perspective as a really experienced girl. She's entering her third year of doing it. How many basketball coaches How many football coaches want their quarterback to be entering their third year? You know, how many point guards, you know, to the basketball? Hey, they're a third-year player overall, not even, you know, just, you know, high school, let alone. You know, it's like the experience level. So I think what you are trying to do is to teach them the reactions that they're supposed to have, the responses they're supposed to have, to help them then impose their will. Because ideally, I don't want these to happen either, so I don't want you to open the door to these things occurring. You know, you mentioned the young lady from Bryan maybe being very, very technical.
Yep.
I would hope the same would be said of Izzy. While you're saying she's being aggressive, hope she's also being technical at the same time. I'm going to go impose my technical will on you by my physical force of being. And that is an incredibly difficult thing to do. And Izzy is, I think, a great example of where girls' high school wrestling is in Ohio, or maybe even across the United States right now. Because, again, she went to Fargo this summer. She's experienced that national level tournament. She went to the – go ahead, I'm sorry.
We just switched up there. We had a Defiance wrestler, KG, is it Savour?
Savour, yes.
Versus Alexis Piper. So, again, we're seeing the future of the program right
yes,
now.
We love KG, by the way.
We're kind of filling right now because you're seeing the middle school championships. But let me ask you to expand on that, because what we're seeing right now, not just for Defiance, for every school, every program that is attended here today, we're seeing the feeder system right now.
Yes, absolutely. And this is growing. 2 years ago, you couldn't have had this middle school event probably. A lot of these young ladies might have been in the biddy programs. The girl activity and involvement at the biddy level is growing as well. But, you know, each level, like Archibald's doing a great job with their girls. They're probably 2 years ahead of us as far as program development. And then when you see some of the others, you can almost tell how many years they've been doing it. And even with their middle school, you can sort of see it of who the experienced kids are versus just the first-year kids.
All right, now this is middle school championships at 105 pounds, and you can see Cecilia Claypool from Liberty Benton. And, well, this is high school, excuse me, I stand corrected. We are now into the championships here. So, Cecilia Claypool from Liberty Benton and Julianne Curtis from Evergreen. So here we go, into the championships on mat number 5. So, Coach, let's go ahead and break it down as we are underway here, 3-0, the lead.
Okay. And that is Olivia Claypool on top. Okay. So some of your listeners that still may be new, takedowns are 3 points now.
Yes. Do you like that change in scoring?
You know, I do.
Okay.
It forces that aggressiveness that you were required earlier. Getting that first takedown, getting that 3-point, it is hard to catch up because the reversals are still 2, escapes are 1. You know, and there are rule changes on near fall that are really encouraging you to get longer, more points on near fall. So it is forced aggression, which we like. And I think the schools are really doing a good job with their girls, too, are not treating them like girls wrestlers. They're treating them just like wrestlers.
We've got some injury time here. Now, what does this do to you mentally? Number one, as the wrestler that needs a little bit of trainer here, but also if you're up and you're dominating and all of a sudden you come to a complete stop. 2 different, I don't want to say diametrically opposed angles, but it does mean something different for each one. How do you handle them?
Well, you got to find a way to keep the young lady that's winning and is not currently taking the injury time focused, locked in. You're doing great. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Don't change. And quite often, as you point out, the longer the time, the harder it is to maintain that focus. And you will see matches shift on those changes. The young lady then actually, and this is a long-time rule change years ago, but when I first started coaching, if you're taking injury time, you could not coach that athlete. Had to be just now while they're getting trained by, taken care of by the trainer, you can coach your athlete. That is called opportunity for that young lady. So hopefully they took it.
And this is Claypool, correct? Looking like she's none the worse for
I'm
wear.
sorry, Curtis is the one on
Curtis.
top. That would be Evergreen, yes. Liberty Benton's a school, local school. They've, I think, got 23 young ladies at their high school level. They're doing a very good job. Known their coach a long time.
Claypool down, and Curtis will cover, and we resume. Trying to break wrists here, and
she's got to get those hands somehow separated. Yeah, and
off the mat.
Yes, the young lady on top needed to do a little better job of working to return the athlete, so she got a stalling warning there. now that she's got a return, doing a good job keeping the pressure on. I like her head position a lot. That is a good way to keep that. Nice, good deep half Nelson in there, trying to work it.
Claypool just can't get to her base. Trying, but you spend a lot of energy on the bottom, don't you?
You do. Hey, people tell me that it was one of my funnier moments in life, but I guess that, I don't know, 30 years guys just screaming at some kid. It's nothing but work. Bottom work is nothing but work. Get to it. And it's just like the almost simplicity of the statement of like the kid didn't know that. You know, but hey, it's so much energy, so much work to get out of there. And I think this is one of the areas the girls programs have to do a better job, us in particular too. At the boys level, at the collegiate level, that's considered like a free throw. To take my 1 point and get out of here. The girls are not there yet.
No. Nice shot on a single. And
that's excellent. She's got to turn the corner a little bit there, keep going.
Still on the mat. Neither wrestler with the advantage right now.
Looks like Curtis has done a good job defending. Yep, she got her extended a little bit, got those hands on the mat, got her stationary, came around for the 3-point takedown.
And that just changes the complexion of things right now as she takes the lead at 5-3.
And she is back to working that half Nelson, and that's the right thing to do if this is your move. Keep working it. You may not get it initially, but sometimes it's the mental wear and tear of being on the bottom. You sometimes will just say, okay, I'll go over for you now. So this becomes a mental game as much as a physical down there.
Trying to lock her in, can't quite turn her just yet.
Got a stalling, another stalling call down there, so the bottom girl needs to do a better job, like you said, of securing her base, getting her head off the mat, opening herself up to being turned, but that's how she scores too. She cannot score in that bottom position, which is why she got penalized there with her head down and not a secure base.
Curtis, again, we're being screened out here. I'm going off of our television screen. Was she trying to lock in an Olympic headlock, it looked like there for a second, and they're off the edge of the mat.
Yeah.
So 8-3, check that, 6-3 our score with 35 ticks left to go in period number 2.
And again, these are the mats we've used at the state tournament for the last couple of years, but some of your viewers, if they haven't seen them yet, they also can be dual purpose. It's a freestyle cut as well. The outer yellow circle is called the zone, and you can't have your back going out of the zone in freestyle. So sometimes the officials, and all these are very experienced, but they take a little getting used to with it as well. Hopefully they don't call premature out of bounds.
Curtis, boy, she has spent a ton of time on top, and she's just finished it.
That is a very good job taking her over the top. If that was a clock, she took her to 12. Sometimes tell our kids when you take them to 3 and 9, it's hard to pin. The kids can bridge. Take them over that top. There is no bridge.
So Curtis, a winner by fall in the second period. I didn't get the time on it, but she's earned herself a championship and well-deserved. Up next, looks like we are going to go to staying on mat number 5. This is going to be Gianna Hoskins, one of our Michigan programs making the drive down from Yale, and Defiance's Mackenzie Reed.
Yeah, we're excited to get the Yale girls here. The boys have been here the last 2 years. Their girls coming down. We're actually going to take some of our boys up to Yale at the end of January. It is about a 3-hour and 15-minute trip, so it's not taken lightly.
Then go win.
That's what we said. We're not going up there for fun and games, folks.
So at 110, all right, go ahead and break down Mackenzie Reed for us. What are her strengths?
Mackenzie has really improved this year. Not excited to see where she's going there because we're not a big head and arm school, and I think she feels as though that girl's sort of forcing her to that. I'd rather see her pummel out and square up. She's gotten better on some low-level attacks, some leg attacks.
She's just giving up a takedown.
Yes, and this girl's doing a great job with that half. She sort of hit a modified little crab ride, took her over the top. So good job by Mackenzie not giving up near fall there.
Was the level a little high for your taste during the early action there?
Yes. We need to be, this young lady came out very aggressive. We'd like to see Mackenzie match that aggression and win the hand fight. We were letting her dictate the pace. This girl's coming out into that underhook. This is why Mackenzie, I think, felt like she needed to come to that head. What she needed to do was come down. Yeah.
Hoskins shoots and another takedown.
Yeah. We need to be, and this is, usually one athlete or the other determines sort of the style of the match. Right now, this is the Yale girls' style, much more than our style. Yeah, this young lady is very good on her feet.
Up 8-1, and is she electing to go neutral here?
Yes. And the Yale boy coaches are also the Yale girls coaches, and they are very well coached in the boys program. And
boy, Hoskins showing some great upper body strength for being 110 pounds, and she continues to work up top. She's trying to wing up that arm, it looks like, and turning her not quite to 45 degrees just yet.
I think she's got
there
her.
It is.
There it is, yes.
Hoskins wins by fall, and for 110 pounds, that was about as physical a match as you could see.
And her style, that's sort of the style we like to see Izzy Jordan wrestle at 125. I don't know if we'll see Izzy do it. But
speaking of Izzy Jordan, 125 on mat number 1. This is the 125-pound championship.
Match in progress.
Well, we talked about this one. I asked you to set this one up as Izzy and Peyton Geiner from Bryan.
Izzy got the early takedown, it looks, ahead to 3-0, and she's working her half Nelson. We do a series, we call it the Mill Series, Gene Mills.
Yep.
Named after him. So we try to do a few more interesting techniques off of it, but now she's in a armbar, taking it straight over.
And all of a sudden, Geiner's going to have to bridge out of this.
Now she needs to hip in. Izzy should have hipped a little quicker. She's trying, but a little slow in her transition there.
And she just gave up the reverse.
Yeah, I think she's going to get 4. Is that... And give up 2? Is it?
She gave up 2, but she's still in command here.
Yes. It's far enough away. I'm struggling to see what the score
is. There we
says.
go, 6-2.
Okay, so she got 3 on the near fall and then gave up 2 on the reversal.
Trying to work her way off the bottom in the final 10 seconds of period number 1.
Yes, and we would like to see her do a little better work there. She needs to reduce that pressure by going forward. And then a little technique we call knee slide to get into more of a short sit position.
Well, and what you saw right there, and Sean and I talked about this, but especially at this level with the girls and maybe some of the younger, maybe not quite as experienced wrestlers as you talked about, you lose leverage for even the blink of an eye, and the entire match can change.
Yeah. The margin of error in all sports, but particularly in wrestling, it's just so small. And this is where that relentless practice, so you are feeling things rather than thinking about things and knowing how to react properly.
Now,
and I do think this is one of the things. Izzy likes this 2-on-1 position.
Geiner lowering her levels here, working on the inside, both of them.
There you go.
She's got her, and there it is. Give her 2 more. Now stay after it, right?
Yes. Yes.
Up 9-2. Can she turn her here? What would you like to see her do?
She's got to get back to the hip a little bit. Work under those arms. Now start working. She wasn't really quite in position to work. Now she should be working. And again, Izzy is a half Nelson armbar girl, so we'd like to see her pursue that. She's not quite getting her half in the way should. And a little hard to see the detail maybe as to why here. Yep. She just needs to get back to the hip here. She's going to push that young lady's head to try to get a little more distance and then get the hips behind and now go to work again. We'd like to see her break her down.
Geiner trying to sit out, and you talk about burning energy on the bottom.
Got it there. That's a
she does.
Little bit, and see, right there. There you go. She hipped better that time.
Earning more back points. She's got the maximum. It's now 11-2.
So that was a nice turn. Just need to get a little tighter, lock it up a little better to secure the fall, but she's doing a good job being aggressive on top.
Final 10 seconds of the period.
Okay, Izzy, she got out of position there.
A little bit. And they're going to give the reversal in the closing seconds here to Geiner.
Yeah.
So that makes things a little bit more interesting as they put the final 2 minutes on 1 more second out of bounds. They'll put the final 2 minutes. up on the board here. Do we have a little bit of blood?
Is either that or Izzy does use an inhaler.
Okay, that's what they're calling time for.
Yes.
All right.
She does have a little asthma challenge every once in a while. She's actually managing that a lot better this year, too. Getting in a little better condition. It's hard when you have her condition, but she's doing well. The young lady from Bryan is she's fighting hard. She is a good athletic girl. And she's just a sophomore. It would be nice to know how many years she's been out of match. She's doing a good job. She's putting up a good fight because I do believe Izzy is close to 13-2 this year. All pins.
11-4, and they will put the final 2 minutes up here. So I'm not sure what happened to that phantom last second, but it's now in the books.
Yeah. And the young lady from Bryan chose top, which you do not see a lot in the boys version of wrestling, but you're still seeing it quite a bit in girls. I think as the girls develop a little better, you might see it away. But, hey, if you're losing by the score she is, she probably knows she needs to get a fall or multiple turns, and that is probably a good choice on her part.
Almost. I say for $125 too, Geiner, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. She's just cut.
Yeah.
You can tell by her body type, she is muscular.
She looks like she's in the right weight class, yes.
Just a sophomore. But, man, she looks very put together.
Yes.
Right now, Jordan trying, well, I thought for a second she was trying to sit out, but flat on her belly right now. What's the key here? You don't want to play turtle and get the stall warning.
No. We do it essentially for people at home, it would be an army crawl. Forward, and what that does, as soon as you get one hip out, you can, it's called a knee slide, you can slide out, and you actually will go to a sit position. That's one of the quickest ways to score.
There it is, she just got the escape.
Done a good job.
No, not yet, he hasn't ordered it.
Yeah, she still has control. Their leg, as soon as Izzy gets off of there, now they will also let her work for a reversal before they reward one. And
there it is, there's the official, and a reversal. So there we go. And now in command, 14-4 with 46 seconds left to go in the match.
Yeah.
Now, Izzy Jordan got a push today from Peyton Geiner, and it's not quite in the books yet, but showing a good accounting of herself.
Yes, this is a good match for Izzy. Izzy needs to learn, you probably noticed throughout the day, there are not that many 3-minute or 3-period matches, 6-minute matches in girls wrestling. This is good for Izzy, and I don't want to sound condescending to the Bryan girl or whatever, saying, hey, she's getting major decisions. She's probably not happy. But she's wrestling a very good girl in Izzy and, like you said, doing a good job accounting for herself.
And
that was the match.
That is it. 14-4. Izzy Jordan, local product, will stand atop the podium at 125 pounds.
We're going to have to pay attention to the Bryan young lady. This is the first time I've seen her. That was a good, hard-fought match.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Up next, are we going to stay on mat 1? It will be Yale's Lydia Stevens versus Wayne Trace's Carson Troke. And this is at 120 pounds. So let me back up my bracket. Lighter weights taking center stage in the early going here. Actually, this is 130 pounds, excuse me.
The Yale wrestlers are the two we've seen here. Very aggressive. They're coming out. They're going for that underhook. Now she's working for a 2-on-1. Yeah, they like that little more upper body style. Not necessarily that they're going to throw, but they're going to wrestle tight. They're going to be close to you, which is a style that I appreciate. I think that shows progress in the girls' sport here.
Well, and again, even on the men's side of things, you don't usually see throws at the lighter weights, right? You see guys maybe out quicking, quick shots, whether it be a double, a single, or a crotch. But again, here you see Yale looks like they're coached a little bit differently.
Yeah. And again, it's a style that I like. One of the things we've been trying to do this both for our boys and girls, work tighter to people, stop diving so much. You don't want to be underneath someone with your arms extended, et cetera. That makes it easier for them to spin on you. A higher level and understanding of the sport is that it's wrestled close together and not far apart. Whereas, when I started wrestling in 7th grade, the starting lines were actually on the edge of the 10-foot circle. You had to go, if each person went 5 feet, you had to go 5 feet before you could get to you. And now we're starting people a foot and a half apart.
Sure. You like that, though. It forces the action, right?
Yes, exactly. That's what we're trying to do. So it just demonstrates the continued development of the sport. This sport has gone through so many manifestations and changes, even in the last, 15 to 20 years. And, Olympic wrestling, collegiate wrestling, everything is coming down. As improvements are made at those levels, eventually they come down. High school wrestling is so much better than it was, years ago from a technical standpoint. And the girls are going through the process of catching that up.
Look at this. Stevens is going to go ahead and allow her up. This is neutral. Again, this is a mindset that you don't often see.
Yeah. This is a lot more of what you will see with the elite boys a lot more often. And I hope I'm not trying to differentiate too much between
not at all.
Boys and girls. But again, the girls are emerging. You go to our girls' state tournament, it is phenomenal. And they belong. And I think that's what now the girls down at the lower levels are trying to prove. That's a very nice little stack technique she hit there, cross wrist. Used to see that a lot from St. Paris Graham with Jeff Jordan.
You got a potentially dangerous hold, but again, that's an aggressive mistake. As a coach, you'd rather reel a kid back than have to drag them forward.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And again, we try to help our kids understand, too, potentially dangerous. You've done nothing wrong. It's the official's job to protect the athletes. You just keep wrestling hard. And I'd rather have that aggression where you get into a PD rather than some passivity of trying to make sure nothing wrong ever happens.
Stevens up 13-2 as we hit the closing seconds of period number 1. She's trying to end it in 1.
Yes, that again, she's got that cross wrist. She's doing a little stack technique there. And she's not quite securing it at the end as well as she could, but she is doing a good job of controlling that action up there. And that actually works a lot with young ladies or young men who are not trying to get out from you that much, are trying to ball up and stall. You want to sit there, I will get cross wrist, come over the top of your head, stack you over.
You could see Troth breathing heavily as she came off the bottom there, and we're only through 2 minutes right now. What do you tell your wrestlers when you are not just physically, but you maybe are a little bit mentally exhausted after taking a beating like that? How do you hit the reset button?
Well, that's exactly it. Almost every athlete, you try to teach them to have a reset. And it's good if the coach knows it, but some athletes don't like to tell us what it is. But, hey, reset, get back where you belong. Hey, forget that. That's the period's done. Reset. Way back in time, used to have a lot of kids who would bend over and tie their shoes. We now have a point of emphasis. You're not supposed to do that.
Little gamesmanship.
Yeah, but that just tying my shoe, okay, I'm resetting. And it would give them those 3-4 seconds they need sometimes to reset. Now, modern wrestling a little bit more, you got to have reset. Some people will tap their thighs. Some people snap fingers. Honestly, we do the same thing with my golfer, Ava Hesselsordt, who's so good at golf. Hey, hit a bad shot, reset.
17-2, and the tech fall will go to Stevens from Yale in really just a dominant performance. No
very
other way to say it.
The 2 Yale girls we've seen wrestle today have been very impressive.
Very aggressive and just, I don't want to say caution to the wind because it's obviously a style, but they know how to do it.
Well, the greatest compliment I might give them right now, again, I'm a coach, I would tell, hey, you're coachable. How do I know that? I'm watching you do what your coach tells you to do. You are doing great work there.
All right, so let's move up to 135 pounds as this will be Fairview's Autumn Love versus Wayne Trace's Caitlin Bauer. So we got a couple of locals that are going for a title here, and they're already underway on mat number 1. Well, again, at 135 pounds, you've got a couple of different body types. You've got one maybe a little bit shorter, a bit more compact. You've got one that's maybe a little bit taller, a little bit lankier. Does that make a difference one way or the other?
In the long run, no. hopefully a well-developed wrestler just goes and wrestles and worries more about them than their opponent. With that, I probably would remind the shorter young lady, hey, work tight, stay underneath, get out of the bottom quicker. Don't let them cradle you or, ride legs. And I was just reading an article on this the other day. How do I wrestle a tall wrestler? The same way you do a short one. You go wrestle. But, again, this is so developmental that you probably do then start helping kids understand this is how you apply your style maybe against that opponent who might be slightly different than the previous one. So,
well, right now working up top and doing a good job is Love, as you see. A 10-5 lead. A lot of action in the early part of the first period here.
Yes.
They're getting after each other.
That's what the fans love, right? We came here to see some action.
Bauer trying to get to her base, but Love is doing a good job. Really locking in and whipping those legs.
Yeah. I think she's done a good job, like you said, of taking advantage of the heights maybe. And it doesn't have to be. She has to have the skill to take advantage of that. She's done very well.
Well, what we saw Bauer do to Williams from Findlay, that very talented freshman wrestler, in the semifinals, Bauer just seemed to bide her time. And then Williams lost her leverage, and Bauer, again, we're seeing how strong her base is there, all of a sudden rolled her, and poof, the match came to a quick end. So you may be up right now 10-5, but if you are Love, you've got to be careful because as we saw earlier, Bauer knows how to wrestle.
Yes. And Love, I would not have done what she, now, again, first she went sort of head and high arm, and Bauer did a good job counter, and then she came back and went more, some people call it cement mixer.
Bauer in trouble, and she's finished. Yeah. Wow. Finish that thought, though.
Yeah,
Coach.
well, we call it Iowa. A lot of, head, underhook, roll them over, just be more physical, aggressive. Yep. She did a good job transitioning off the first attack that didn't work, went right to her secondary attack, did an excellent job.
We are leapfrogging some of the other weight classes. We're going to 235 here on mat number 5. Right now, Bauer, I hope, is okay. She's still on her back on mat number 1 as she rolls over. But we are moving to mat number 5, championship. Gabby Oregon from Archibald and McKenna Haynes from Findlay.
Yes. And Archibald and Findlay, both really good programs right now. But the Archibald girl just, again, took good advantage of position. They looked like they both wanted to perform almost the same technique. The Archibald girl just was a little better at it, got her on her back, and secured the
Wow,
fall.
with 15 seconds left to go in the first.
Yeah.
Quick. My goodness. And Gabby Oregon of Archibald is champion at 235 pounds. Well, Archibald has given a good accounting of themselves here this afternoon.
Yes. And as I said, I hope we have the growth they've had. I think they're a couple years ahead of us. Coach Rufer's doing a really good job with them. They've got some really good assistants. I think it's Shalise Brown might be one.
Back on mat number 1, this is 145-pound championship and yet another Archibald wrestler, Katie Brenneman versus Liberty Benton's Bella Flippin. Bella Flippin really bided her time against Viviana King-Maeku and just wrestled a smart match.
I did not see that one. I think that is one the coaches were telling me about that, as Viv wrestles for 5th, when we're saying, hey, maybe we think you could be going for, higher play. That might have been one of the matches we think she could have won. But, again, so much of this comes down to a matchup of style. Style makes the fight. And sounds to me like Bella did a better job of executing her style.
I was going to say, Flippin was behind in that match for most of it up until the point when she wasn't.
Yes. Did it finish with a pin?
Yep.
Yes. And I guess then now it's our job to help Viv and our others understand. I've seen Archibald do that several times today. And, that's why we're interested as a coach to sit and watch all this. We can now hopefully coach our girls a little better when they get, because there is only one division in Ohio, to get to the state or get to the district, you're probably going to have to go through a lot of these young ladies you're seeing today and learning the styles of their teams, their programs.
Flippin trying to work that front headlock. And Brenneman, do we have?
Brenneman's working in. It's not giving her the ball now. Flippin's.
This is just brute strength right now. They're trying to out-bully each other.
Yes.
As we close in on the final seconds of the first period, and nothing yet. Nothing yet.
No.
Clock runs out.
Yeah.
All right, so for 2 minutes, you've kind of felt each other out. Now, as you've talked about it, as we've seen no offense, but what should each individual wrestler have learned that they can take into period number 2 now?
You know, if I were the coach, I would want them to learn that I need to probably execute my techniques better.
Okay.
I think what they were doing was okay.
But they got locked up.
But the young lady trying the front head trap needed to get a little bit more pressure and an extension of the young lady. The young lady that was trying to then come under and get the hips maybe wasn't getting her hips in as deeply. Wasn't like anyone was doing anything poor judge, whatever. Just do it a little better. If that is your style, do it better. And of course, easier said than done.
Sure.
And we did have a locking hands there on the top. We're going to get a penalty.
How much of that is fatigue over the course of a long day?
Oh, could be. Absolutely. It's most generally at the high school level anymore when we see it, it's inexperience. But then also fatigue would be probably the next. Hey, I get tired. I just don't take care of my extremities the way I should. And even touching them in the slightest is a locking hands. You have to keep them separated. So, yeah, that little, hey, I let it slip a little bit or whatever.
You see the change in the score there. So now up 2-0.
And
tough move and a quick takedown for 3 more. And right now, Bella Flippin is in command.
Yes. And the Archibald girls are not afraid to execute their style. That young lady came back out there, went for that head and high arm, and Flippin did a good job of getting herself in position such that Brenneman could not score it. Took advantage, got her takedown, and is now working hard on top.
Under a minute
and
left to go. She's
going
to let her go.
She's confident. I like that confidence. Because first of all, most of the girls are best on their feet anyways. It's where the most work gets done with coaches in practice in this sport.
Coming up on 30 seconds left to go in the period. And you see Flippin with a good low shot.
Archibald sort of trying that trap again, but did not get enough extension. And then Flippin got on the legs. I think they're going to stalemate.
I was about to ask you, are we going to have a stalemate? How much time before the official decides to sound the whistle? 10 seconds left to go. He's going to let him play out the last of the period.
Yeah.
All right.
Letting it ride and got the takedown.
Wow. That would not have happened if he'd been quick on the whistle.
No. That is always a judgment on the officials. That's what we're not supposed to challenge or question. Can't question judgment. When has progress stopped? When does a stalemate occur versus when do you let them just keep going? So
make it 6-3.
Yeah. The official there is one of our more experienced in this area, too.
You can feel free to give him credit. Give him a shout out.
Boots, nice job there. Good patience.
And look at this, now going to work. Brenneman trying to turn Flippin. Is she going to have enough time?
Oh, that is nice work on
Back
her
points.
part. Oh, she's getting that.
Plenty of time.
She's getting that.
She wants to finish this off. And right now, Flippin is completely defensive.
There you go.
There it is.
That was a very good job by Brenneman there. She stuck to her style, her techniques, finally got it.
Wow. That was a roller coaster match.
Yeah. And maybe if you reaffirm, you ask me, what do you do? Just keep doing what you do and do it slightly better.
Let's go to 190, Coach. How about a little Swanton Liberty Benton? You feel okay with that?
Yes.
We've got Evie Parmalee for Liberty Benton and Riley Chambers from Swanton. 190 pounds. We're staying with the championship mat here. Had plenty of action coming up the backside in the 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th places. But right now, if you've earned yourself a shot for a championship, we're staying on one mat here.
Yeah, the Swanton coach is really excited about their young lady. We need to give a shout out to Coach Hallett from Swanton. He is I believe his rank is colonel.
Okay.
In the Ohio Air National Guard. He is high enough he serves year round. He doesn't go to weekend duty. So
top brass is
he
what
is a
you're
military man, yeah. He's a good dude. And he's talking about the progress this young lady is making. I had not seen her wrestle yet today, but
you're seeing her now.
Yes, and again, you get to these weight classes, and Defiance, we've not had a 190 at Defiance High School yet, and just watching the difference in style, perhaps. But both these girls look athletic. The one, looking a little bit more of that 2-on-1 tie. But they're doing a good job being heavy with their hands. You're going to hear coaches say a lot, right? Heavy hands, move them. And really what they might be doing there, if somebody's going, hey, what are they really doing? Hey, I'm working for the 3rd period now. I'm tiring you out.
You're setting up somebody. And it's, again, with the heavier weights, you see a lot of the action tend to be more up top, correct?
Yeah. So if I can, I think the phrase a lot of the kids like now, or coaches like now, if I can take you to deep water, that 3rd period, see how I respond. But, if I can get you out of position with those heavy hands early and I get an early takedown, that's great. Oh, nice little technique there by Parmalee from Liberty Benton. The Swanton girl was going after a head and high arm, and she just sort of sagged down and did a little knee block.
Going to work up top. 10 seconds left to go in the period. Now, again, for the casual fan watching that, she's got her turned. Is there enough time left? No, the clock saved her.
Oh, I thought he got 2 swipes in. I guess not.
So 3 points is what's showing up on the scoreboard right now. Well, wait a minute. They just took it off, and are they making a change in the score?
Oh, should be 3-0.
There, they gave it to the wrong wrestler. There we go.
Okay.
They put it up for red, and it should have been up for green.
Okay.
So. It's period number 2 about to get underway. And, whoops.
Caution, her hand didn't look like it was on the elbow properly in the starting position. So.
And now we're moving.
Yeah, reset and go. Nice breakdown. She riding a nice tight waist. Got good pressure on top.
Chambers flat on her belly.
She's going to work a power half here. I like her technique. Heavy on the forearm on sort of the neck, head area. Come under, lock those hands, work a power half. She just needs to keep going. She's close. These young ladies do look like they do have a style they want to wrestle. They're not just out sort of reach and grab and looking. They're very representative of a good weight class here, it looks like.
Just enough action.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden in a world of trouble.
A little takeoff on, I think we call that a Blair technique, a near wrist. Got her to push over, and nice
Parmalee turned her and finishes her off. Wow.
That was good because early in the match, the Swanton young lady looked very competitive. She looked like she'd be able to hold her own. Parmalee did a great job there of gaining control and then working her techniques and getting the fall. Second period.
So that one is in the books, and if I'm not mistaken, at least as far as the championships go, does that finish us off? Yep. So what we're going to do is take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll reset. But what a day of action here. Hard to believe it's just day number 1. We got 2 more next week, Coach.
We do. This is exciting stuff. I love this time of year.
Catch your breath tomorrow because you're going to need it for Monday and Tuesday. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll put a blue and white bow on it. Don't you go anywhere. You're watching live coverage of the 2nd annual Battle for the Fort on DCTV Sports.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com.
Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit superiorcu.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union.
In life, unexpected challenges can test us. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, you deserve a team that understands. Because your story matters. Call Arthur Law Firm today. We'll fight for you every step of the way. In life, unexpected challenges can test us. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, you deserve a team that understands. Because your story matters. Call Arthur Law Firm today. We'll fight for you every step of the way.
Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1948. Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community since 1940.
When a fire or natural disaster throws a penalty flag, let ServiceMaster Restore work for you. Anything from minor cleanups to complete overhaul and rebuilding. Contact ServiceMaster by McCann.
Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding. 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com.
Discover top quality healthcare education at Northwest State. Our instructors have real world experience, so they know how to prepare you for great career opportunities. Northwest State, where you'll get the top quality healthcare education you need to succeed.
Discover affordable transfer opportunities at Northwest State.
Start here and save thousands on tuition.
Our advising team will help you get your credits transferred.
So don't wait another minute. Get started today.
For the past 70 years, Midwest Community Federal Credit Union has been your financial partner, helping you achieve your dreams and secure your future. Midwest Community Federal Credit Union, with locations in Defiance, Bryan, and Napoleon. Find out more at midwestcommunity.org. Proudly serving the area with the highest quality contracting services for nearly 100 years. Baker Schindler Company of Defiance and Paulding. 419-782-5080. Online at baker-schindler.com. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac is this area's new and used car headquarters, earning your trust one satisfied customer at a time. Estill Chevrolet Cadillac, North Clinton Street in Defiance, and online at drivebobestill.com. Stamball Jewelers is your trusted source for diamonds, fine jewelry, watches, and gifts. Whether you're looking for a dazzling engagement ring, a timeless anniversary gift, or a present for someone special, Stamball Jewelers has something for every occasion. Visit us today and discover why we've been serving the community.
Superior Credit Union, a not-for-profit, member-owned financial cooperative. Visit SuperiorCU.com to find out more about joining the winning team at Superior Credit Union.
Back at the Dog Pound, 53 teams, 29 of them varsity, over 300 athletes, and what would you say, 400, maybe 500 fans in attendance today, maybe a little bit more?
I'm really bad at that guessing it. I would be horrible at Cedar Point. How much do you weigh? Yes, hundreds.
Hundreds.
Let's go 500.
500.
I'm committed.
Oh, goodness. Coach Murph joining us as we welcome you back up on our elevated broadcast platform here on the mezzanine level. Brent Balbanon saying thank you for joining us. Man, we started at, what was it, about 10 o'clock this morning. 9:30 was when the coaches' meeting was, and it's just a little bit in front of 3 o'clock, and we are pretty much wrapped up. What a testimony to the workers, and what a tremendous flow that you guys kept for this tournament. You got to be very pleased with that.
Absolutely. Most of that comes from hiring good people. The gentleman running the program here, the track wrestling, is John Wagner. One of the best, I'd say Ohio, but I'm sure it's even wider than that. He is excellent. He always makes us look good, so got to make sure we give him the shout out.
I'm looking at him down at the scorers table there. Does he smile? I'm just curious, because when I see him, he's always moving with a purpose.
It usually is at the end of the day when work is finished.
Can we get a shot of Ray Romero? Oh, he was napping, but okay. So that's why he sent you up. He must have been tired.
He must have. Hey, we worked him too hard today, huh?
Let's do a quick rundown of the varsity champions. Again, well-deserved to each one of these members and everybody that participated here this afternoon. But let's start on the low end at 100 pounds. Congratulations to Bianca Martinez-Sandow of Niles, Michigan, a winner by fall in 3 minutes and 35 seconds over Carries Jacobs of Archibald at 105. We're going to hear a lot of falls here, Coach.
Yes.
It goes to Julianne Curtis of Evergreen. She won by fall over, I believe it was Cecilia Claypool of Liberty Benton at 110. Again, Gianna Hoskins, I don't want to say made short work of just about everybody she wrestled today, but man, was she effective. The young lady from Yale, Michigan, winner by fall over Mackenzie Reed from Defiance at 115. Congratulations going out to Navia Phillips from Hicksville, as she was a winner by fall in a minute 44 over Jerica Sprague from Archibald at 120. Again, you're going to hear names from a lot of these same schools, coaches, of very, very strong wrestling here in Northwest Ohio. But at 120 pounds, the winner was Nalani Reyes of Fairview, as she won by fall in 3 minutes and 8 seconds over, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, Bella Brunet from Yale. At 125 pounds, hey, how about this? Isabella Jordan, or can we call her Izzy?
Sounds like you may. Izzy. Yeah.
Izzy Jordan, what we'll call her, is a champion. Basically a tech fall, 14-4 over, again, a young and up-and-coming. We got a wrestler of the present beating a wrestler of the future, Peyton Griner from Bryan, again, by tech fall. At 125B, it was a very light bracket there, but congratulations going out to Abby Furr of Wapakoneta, a winner by fall in 2 minutes and 20 seconds over Layla Gale of Edgerton. At 130 pounds, Lydia Stevens from Yale, a winner, as she was in command early going and didn't really struggle all that much as she beat Carson Troth from Wayne Trace. At 135 pounds, Autumn Love of Fairview, a winner by fall over another local, Caitlin Bauer from Wayne Trace. At 140 pounds, Audrey Whitener from Findlay, a winner by fall in a minute and 19 seconds as she took care of Taya Moore from Archibald. At 145, speaking of, again, local and Archibald wrestlers, this time Kate Brenneman with a winner by fall in the third period as she took care of a very game Bella Flippin from Liberty Benton. At 155, Vivi Legato from Archibald, a winner by fall in just 42 seconds as she pinned Danny McCrae of Findlay. At 170 pounds, it was the young lady from Napoleon. Looking down here was Ebaugh. Martina Ebaugh from Napoleon. A winner by fall in 1:53 as she dispatched Connolly West from Findlay. Last two weights at 190 pounds, Liberty Benton's Evie Parmalee, a winner as she took care of Riley Chambers from Swanton. We called that one by pin. And then at heavyweight, Gabby Oregon from Archibald. Tell you what, the Blue Streaks gave more than a good accounting of themselves here this afternoon. She was a winner by fall over McKenna Haynes from Findlay. Did you have the final team scores in front of you, Coach, or are those finalized just yet?
Well, let's take a quick look. We still do have, is that a middle school match going on?
I believe that's a middle school match going on mat number 1.
So that would be the final high school scores right there.
Well, no real surprise with as many Archibald names, especially champions as we called them. They basically ran away with it. 214.5 points. Findlay a distant second with 129. Liberty Benton, Yale, and Defiance right in the middle of the pack, Coach, with 100 points even. But again, something to build on here. What do you take from this as you get back into the mat room next month? Make that next week to get ready for the remainder of this season.
Well, I'll tell you, our girls, we think we did well today. One of the things that is hard to sometimes encapsulate and view in the girls is how many athletes do you have actually wrestling on the team? And I do believe Archibald had almost every weight class filled. We had 7. So for our 7 girls did a great job. Coach Roofer's doing excellent work there at Archibald. And then, Coach Kieran at Findlay's doing very good work. I think they have a returning state champion on their team coming back. Liberty Benton is building a great program there. Coach Whitcamp, an Elida guy, Western Buckeye League guy, moved up in that area, and he's doing a very good job with the girls there. Yale, Michigan, they are well coached. What you're seeing, frankly, I think is programs that are also successful in the boys realm, bringing that expertise into that emerging sport of girls wrestling. And the ones, like you said, we heard Fairview out here, we heard Wayne Trace out here. These programs are starting to get that entry level going. It will be exciting to watch them develop over the next number of years. They have some athletes, the young lady from Bryan, right?
Yes, very much. We're going to keep an eye on Peyton Geiner, but basically just a sport on the move as far as the girls are concerned. Coach, appreciate you throwing on the headsets and coming up and joining us for the championship. We'll see you on Monday, and good luck with the boys.
Thanks for having me, Brent.
That's going to do it for our broadcast here this afternoon. Tremendous performance by all the schools and athletes involved, and even more so by those that were making things happen behind the scenes. A big thank you going out to our crew making things happen from behind the scenes, as well as our sponsors for helping make the broadcast a possibility, and as always, you the fan for tuning in. On behalf of our entire crew, I'm Brent Balbinot saying thank you for joining us. We will talk to you Monday morning, bright and early, as it will be the Border War. The boys will take center stage on DCTV Sports.